Hello and welcome to DevFest 2020. I'm Jason Titus, VP of Engineering at Google, joining you from my home in California. Each year, we at Google truly feel the anticipation for DevFest. It's a one-of-a-kind series of developer conferences, and we're glad you can join us and the local developers within your community. Your local DevFest event this weekend is one of hundreds taking place all around the world right at this moment. And what makes DevFest truly unique is that it's run by volunteer community organizers on a mission to help other local developers grow and share a passion for Google technologies. Now, 2020 has been a year of radical change for people across the globe. But when difficult times came about, developers within this community came together online to plan a virtual DevFest where each local chapter could participate, helping each other teach and learn when we need to connect the most. And these connections can be so important. I can remember the first developer conferences I went to, where I met people who were already doing the kinds of things I dreamed of doing. They had started companies, built products, and I got to hear the stories of what had worked and what had gone wrong. And we hope that all of you will get to have similar experiences at DevFest this year. At Google, we've always believed that we are only successful when all of our users are successful. While Google and its products may plant a seed, it's developers like yourself who make the seeds grow and thrive. This community of developers has shown us firsthand how you're using technology to help each other during times of need. Let me introduce you to my teammate David to share with you some great examples. Welcome, David.
Hi, Jason. Thank you. And welcome everybody to this year's DevFest season. I'm David McLaughlin, Director of Developer Ecosystems at Google. So I've been with DevFest since the very first year in 2010, when I was able to join a large percentage of them. Back then, they were a series of targeted events in just a handful of countries. In the years since then, we've had massive growth to countries all over the world. While I really do miss being able to join many of you in person this year, I'm happy to be able to continue this celebration of developers and tech in a new virtual format and bring people together to learn and to share what we're all building. Over the years, it's been great to see the apps and the solutions the broader community has built with the support of their local GDG chapters. We now have thousands and thousands of developers who are working to address real-world problems in their local communities. Particularly during the challenging times of COVID, I'm impressed by how much your work has made people's lives better. There's a few recent examples that truly stand out to me. Community developers from GDG West Sweden recently worked with the Swedish government to create Hack the Crisis, an event focused on designing, testing, and executing ideas in response to recent challenges. One of the finalists, named Remote and Gigs, helped modernize the Swedish government's employment website to match job seekers with remote work. Nearby in Romania, GDG groups organized a hackathon, gathering 270 different mentors and students from across 8 different countries. The hackathon brought together developers to save lives, to save communities, and to save businesses. Some of the winners included an online platform that connected volunteers with nonprofits across the region, a system to help doctors work with each other and to ease online consultations, and a personal assistant for health and nutrition tracking. Another cool app that they developed was Risk Alert, an app that alerts emergency rooms that a patient with a very rare disease is about to arrive, so that the hospital can prepare for any special needs. In Asia, GDG Tainan initiated the Mask Inventory Map at the start of COVID-19, which crowdsources mask inventory from local store data, combining it with the Google Maps API. The project was so popular that it caught the attention of Taiwan's government, inspiring them to publish public data APIs on mask inventory, managed by the government. Taiwan's digital minister has since encouraged the GDG Tainan chapter to create more than 100 different apps to help the local community. In India, GDG Cloud Pune used machine learning with TensorFlow and GCP to help their community with an app that remotely analyzes dental health and helps patients book at-home dental services. They've had over 300 trained images so far, and the developer community is working with local universities to gather more than 50,000 dental images to improve the application. In the Middle East, the region's largest International Women's Day event was held in April in Turkey by multiple GDG groups working together. They had over 2,500 attendees to the event, which included a raffle for online courses and talks in artificial intelligence and data mining. The event helped women across the community and across the region learn and apply their skills. And of course, here in the United States, the GDG Memphis chapter has joined GiveCamp, where software developers in the area donate their skills for nonprofits, as well as helping kids learn to code on the weekends. These are just a small sample of the ways that Google Developer Group chapters and communities like yours all over the world are learning together and giving back what they've learned to really help people's lives everywhere be better. I encourage all of you to continue, be in community with your fellow developers. Think about how can you use the skills and the tech that you're learning this weekend at DevFests, as well as the networks and the communities that you form, the new friends that you make. How do you combine all of these to make a difference in your own area? Now let's take a look at a really inspiring story from Uganda. It shows how a community member started learning about machine learning and ended up building a really nifty app using TensorFlow that detects diseases in plants and helps farmers reduce crop devastation. Take a look.
Growing up in the city, I never expected to work in agriculture. But when fall armyworm attacked, it affected us all. Since its arrival in 2016, this crop pest has caused massive devastation. I've met farmers who have lost everything.
Tubadde tukozesako ddagala okulaba nti akako kulya ki kasooli naye akantu ako tekayinza kumalawo obulwadde obwo ssebo.
So I wanted to use my skills as a software developer to help. At a Google Study Jam, we taught ourselves TensorFlow. We started by building an Android app on top of an open source API. The app allows farmers to spot infestations early, far beyond the capability of human eyes, and suggest an effective treatment. When I was younger, I didn't know what I wanted to do, but then I discovered app development, and I was excited to show people something they never thought possible. Machine learning gives us the advantage against fall armyworm, ultimately saving harvests and reducing pesticides.
Kunkyusizaamu kubanga taata oba jjajja tiyalina ennyumba y'ebbaati. N'ebbaati nazimba ennyumba yange nga tetoonya. Tulina essuubi ne tufuna embeera ennungi mu kulima.
We are just getting started, and there are so many other sectors like health and education that machine learning could really improve. Farming is a crucial aspect of life in Uganda, and I feel proud I'm part of a team driving to ensure our culture can continue.
Earlier, you saw a beautiful inspirational video about how machine learning and Android were used to create an app to detect crop diseases. So, for DevFest, I wanted to get together a few of my friends from Google and beyond to show you how you could get started in building something just like that from scratch in a few minutes. We'll build an Android app and a web app. So to get started with Android, let's see what Chet can teach us.
I want to create an app that's able to recognize information about plants. It's going to need camera functionality as well as machine learning inference. Let's see what that looks like in code. The app is written in Kotlin and uses Camera X to take the pictures and MLKit for on-device machine learning analysis. The core functionality is in Take Photo, where we take a picture, analyze it, and display the results. First, we call Take Picture on a Camera X image capture object that was created earlier. One of the parameters is a callback object which has this on-capture success function. We get the received image into the format we need for MLKit, then we create an image labeler object and process the image. When this succeeds, we receive a collection of image labels which we turn into text strings and display a toast with the results. Let's see what the demo looks like. So we'll take a picture and it says, I see an insect and a plant. So that was pretty easy, rigging up Camera X and MLKit to detect arbitrary objects in the camera view. But the results were pretty generic because the dataset didn't have enough information about our domain. So let's dig a little deeper.
Okay, let's go deeper. Now we need a model for something very specific: detecting diseases in bean plants instead of cassava. Let's explore how to build it. On this guide, we will use some of the great TensorFlow tooling available. Let's start with Colab. You can understand Colab as a cloud-hosted development tool. We will do all our coding on it, and you will not need to install anything on your machine. Let's start with a new notebook. Let's just turn the title to beans. We will need to install some packages that we are going to use later. These packages are not installed on your machine. They are on a cloud machine that was created for your Colab. Nice, it finished installing the packages. Let's download the data and do some visualization to understand how our data is separated. Perfect. We download the data. Let's take a look on some of the images so we can have a better understanding of what we are doing here. Here they are. These are some of the images that will be used for training our model later. Now we have the data. We need to create a model. We are not going to create one from scratch. We are going to use a technique called transfer learning. TensorFlow Hub is a repository for TensorFlow models. You can find all kinds of models here. Let's start with this one. Let's go back to our Colab. Let's define a model handle. Nice. Now we have the data and the base model. How can we do transfer learning? To do that, we are going to use one of the tooling that I mentioned before called Model Maker. Model Maker makes your life way easier when you need to do transfer learning. Let's create the spec for our base model. Let's create our train variables here using the dataset beans that we've just seen. And now we are going to put everything together with Model Maker by defining a model with the training data and the spec that we got from TensorFlow Hub. This will take a couple of minutes. It finished training, and as you can see here, our accuracy is at 87%. Of course, let's evaluate the model with some data it didn't see yet and see how good it is. Nice, 95%.
The TensorFlow Lite model Gus just created contains all the metadata Android Studio needs to recognize it and automatically build classes for it. To get started, you can update your build.gradle file to include the following TensorFlow Lite dependencies. Then, you'll want to import your generated TF-Lite file into the ML folder of your project. Let's check out the details of our imported model. From here, we can see an example of how to use the model in our app. Let's move over to the main activity class to take advantage of it. Inside of our image capture callback, here on line number 78, we create an instance of our model. Next, we use it to process the captured image here on line number 84. And finally, here on lines 92 through 98, we display the results of consuming the output inside of a toast message. Let's run our app. Now, instead of telling us it's looking at a leaf or a plant, it can actually tell us if it's looking at a bean leaf and give a diagnosis. Sweet.
So this concept works, but it's very much a raw demo. What if we want to make this a more successful app? Well, we'd probably need to add services like authentication so our users can sign in, analytics and A/B testing so we can find out how our users are really interacting with our app, some crash reporting or performance monitoring, and an easy way to save our users' data to the cloud. Luckily, that's where Firebase comes in. Now, the new and improved Firebase plugin in Android Studio makes this simple. I'll start by adding some analytics so I can find out exactly how our users are interacting with our app. And the plugin does most of the work to get the library integrated into my project. Now that I've done that, well, we can get an instance of the library up here, and then we can log what kind of results we're getting from MLKit. And then once we've done that, there's a lot of ways to get at this data. It'll start showing up here in the Firebase dashboard, but I find one really fun way of viewing this data is to use Stream View, which kind of gives you a real-timey sample of what kinds of analytics results we're seeing. Looks like I've already recorded several of these select content events, and I can dig into these event properties and see what kinds of results our users are getting, and I could start using that information to maybe refine my MLKit model or A/B test different alternatives. Firebase helps you build better apps, and analytics is just the tip of the proverbial iceberg. Maybe we could let our users upload their own pictures and store them in the cloud using cloud storage for Firebase. There's so many possibilities.
This is a sample app, but if we were to productize this, it's important to keep in mind how our AI design decisions impact our users. For instance, we need to consider if and/or how it makes sense to display confidence intervals to help your users interpret the ML model output. Or say, how you design the onboarding experience sets user expectations for the capabilities and limitations of your ML-based app, which is vital to app adoption and engagement. For more guidance on AI design decisions, check out the People Plus AI Guidebook at pair.withgoogle.com/guidebook. This use case focuses on plant diseases, but for other use cases where our ML-based predictions intersect with people or communities, we absolutely need to think about responsible AI themes like privacy and fairness, which you can learn more about at tensorflow.org/resources/responsible-AI.
And don't forget about the web. I've built a PWA that can be installed across all your users' platforms. It combines the web camera with TensorFlow.js, and by integrating machine learning, we can make an amazing experience that runs across all browsers. Now let's take a look. We have our standard project layout with a HTML file, a manifest, and a service worker to make it a PWA. We have some styles to make it look good, and our data folder that contains our TensorFlow configuration and trained model that we're going to use in the app. Now to the heart of the project. Let's go back to the HTML file and see what's happening. We're also loading a webcam object. This is just a class that wraps some boilerplate logic to make it easier to pass camera data from getUserMedia to TensorFlow. And now let's dive into our app logic in index.js. So I'm just going to use Chrome and the debugger here. And this is only so you can kind of see how easy it is to integrate machine learning into your application. So let's get started by clicking the classify button and get the machine learning gears into action. And immediately we break into the TensorFlow tidy function. This is just there to help you kind of clean up any of the memory that TensorFlow uses whilst it makes a prediction. We get our image from the web camera, and then we pass our image back into the machine learning algorithm to make it a prediction. Then once we've got a prediction, we access the data, and then we can use that data to update the user interface kind of based on any application logic that we want. And that's pretty much it.
Great. So now you have the platform for building a real app. With the tooling from Android Studio, the APIs from CameraX, Jetpack, MLKit, Colab, TensorFlow, Firebase, Chrome, and Google Cloud, you have a lot of things that just work better together. This isn't a finished project by any means, just a proof of concept for how a minimum viable product with a roadmap to completion can be put together using Google's developer tools and APIs.
You might also want to open source this project too, so developers can suggest improvements, optimizations, and even additional features by filing an issue or sending a pull request. It's a great way to get your hard work in front of even more people. We'd love to help you with this, and you can learn more about the process at opensource.guide/startingaproject. Indeed, we've already open sourced the bean disease sample we discussed in this video, so you can have a great place to start.
Thanks, Pooja. And as you mentioned, open sourcing a project is a great way to make it grow and inspire people to adopt and extend it. If you want to learn more about what you've seen in this video, please visit us at developers.google.com.
Hi, developers. My name is Annie Jean-Baptiste, and I'm the head of product inclusion at Google. The demo you just saw shows how Google's products can come together to create an amazing app. But what about product inclusion? You may be wondering, well, what is product inclusion and why is it important? At Google, we believe that giving power to new voices is the core of innovation. When we bring an inclusive lens to the product design process, we amplify underrepresented voices and allow all users to feel seen and validated in the moments that matter for them. We look beyond ourselves and seek out diverse voices to shape the products that we build. We also believe that we have a responsibility not to disappoint our users, no matter who they are, what they look like, how much money they make, who they love, how old they are, or anything that makes them them. And when we make difference the new normal, we will usher in new opportunities to grow our business by earning the love of all of our users. So whether you're 1 or 105 years old, live in a city or a remote village, on Wi-Fi or cellular service, Google is there for you to make sure you have the answers you need when you need them. Product inclusion is exactly what it sounds like. bringing an inclusive lens throughout the entire product design process to create more inclusive products for our users. And so when you're developing your own apps, I challenge you to incorporate the principles of product inclusion into the design process, because we believe that you can do well and do good by being intentional about including underrepresented voices at key points in the product design process. Remember, those closest to the problem are also closest to the solution. You can learn more about product inclusion at Google by visiting accelerate.withgoogle.com. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jen Cole, and I'm the Global Developer Communities Program Manager at Google. Now it's time to meet and hear from your local developers. So, what can you expect next from your local DevFest? We'll have technical talks, breakout sessions, networking opportunities, and more. These sessions will cover a variety of technologies such as Android, Google Cloud Platform, machine learning with TensorFlow, web, Firebase, Google Assistant, and Flutter, with speakers from Google, women tech makers, Google developer experts, and your local community. Be sure to claim your badge for participating in DevFest 2020 by going to google.dev/DevFest2020. You can earn even more badges by mastering different Google technologies available on developers.google.com/learn. As a reminder, one of the most important parts of DevFest is providing an inclusive and harassment-free experience for everyone. As an active participant of DevFest, today, we can all agree to treat everyone with respect and to speak up if we see or experience harassment of any kind. Together, we can create an environment that is welcoming and inclusive to everyone with us here today. Follow @GDG on Twitter for highlights from DevFest around the world, and try out the DevFest AR filter and avatar. Share what you're learning or your favorite part about the event on social media with #DevFest. And lastly, don't forget community is all about getting to know one another. Use the virtual breakout rooms and chat feature to connect with other developers near you with shared interests. We hope you enjoyed DevFest 2020.
Okay, hi everyone. Thank you for joining DevFest Ghana 2020. So this is really very, really very interesting for me because most importantly, I had no idea, absolutely no idea that this was going to be how, in quote, we would be spending DevFest together. So it's a virtual DevFest, and I think one theme or one very important thread that has gone through best of 2020 and even all the days that have led up till today is really, really all about change. Things are changing and happening so fast. This time last year, or around this time last year, when we were having DevFests all across the region, and we also had a DevFest in Accra at the time. I think it was in September last year. And for those of us who are part of the GDG program and those of us who are in our communities and the developer student clubs, we had just come into this we'd just come out of a community summit where we had over 180 organizers who joined us in Accra for what was our community summit. So we had people come from as many as, if I'm not mistaken, at least 30 countries to just come together and talk about our communities, learn how to build communities. And then we went on to join the DevFest Accra event, which I believe held on a Saturday sometime, just probably roughly about 13 months ago. So the interesting thing about this is we had no idea, absolutely no idea, that this year we wouldn't be able to have a DevFest Accra, and we wouldn't be able to have a similar kind of virtual summit where we would bring leads together from our developer student clubs and our Google developer groups to come together. So I have very fond memories of Accra, Ghana in a whole. So I don't know if anyone who's in this video or if anyone knows where this video is from, you can just put it in the chat if possible. That's if either you are in this video or in this picture, or you actually do remember being part of this event. I think this was in 2016, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, for those who may not necessarily recognize, I think this Kumasi, and it was really sort of like an amazing experience for me. It was I believe it was my second time in Kumasi, and we were meeting people from, I hadn't met before. I made a couple of new friends, but this was kind of like what represents the spirit of either a meetup or an event, in person, connecting, meeting new friends, deepening relationships, meeting new speakers, new content. Oftentimes I tell people that when you come for events like this, it's not so much you're coming to learn something absolutely new. The thing is, just by being in the hall and by connecting with people or by hearing what a speaker is saying, it's almost like you just get one thing. It's like a buffet. You go to a buffet and there's a lot of food, there are lots of options. Maybe there are things you've eaten before or you've seen before. But the interesting thing is that one particular item or one particular interaction could just change everything for you. So this is the experience we're used to, coming together, partnering, everyone joining hands together to really create an awesome event, to learn, share, and really share all our knowledge and stuff. But a lot has happened in 2020, right? So I think one word that is synonymous with everything that has happened to us for the better part of this is the idea of lockdown. And then lockdown is not just a lockdown. There's a couple of other words that I would say have struck me this year and have really changed, I would say, how we've come to experience everything about, so there's words like pandemic, there's words like, the obvious one, COVID-19. You've heard things like unprecedented. We've heard a lot more about virtual. We've heard about companies like Zoom and TikTok. The point is, just in the last 7 months, everything has changed. How, even if we were a bit advanced, for some of us who are already connecting online, being part of meetups, we already had this sort of digital native culture of learning online, of learning on our own, by going to either Coursera, Udacity, or Udemy, or even looking for foundational things like Khan Academy. The truth is, we were literally ahead of our time, or we're just literally lucky. For literally the rest of the world, 90%, 99% of the world, a lot of catch-up has happened over the last 7 months. Now, from our own privileged position as, I would say, digital natives and developers, I think it is slightly different in that we've only had to more or less accelerate our use of these tools. We've tried out new tools. We've had to help people come on board using these new tools. But generally, this is not ideally the way we would have wanted it. We would have wanted a kind of at least an either or we would have wanted two options of how we connect, how we find work, how we get referrals, how we follow up on them, how we try out new technologies, how we show people our apps, what we're building. But the reality is, like I said, things have changed. When you think of event venues, when you think of events, this is kind of what it looks like. So businesses that have been affected, spaces, rental places. We've had businesses that I'll give you two classic examples. One person that I know very well actually sort of like got an office in February and just paid for it and was about to open his new office, bigger office, spent almost 2 or 3 times that amount of money. And then in March, there was a lockdown and a complete shutdown. Even right now that things have been eased up, people are still reluctant to go out and do business as usual or congregate in spaces or even do business face-to-face. So my thought is, as you look at this kind of picture, as you think of spaces, as you think of, this is like a very clear representation that things change very, very, very fast. And in the tech industry, as developers, we have come to sort of understand what these sort of changes mean. If you go all the way back from dial-up internet, all the way to, just like satellite connection, like VSAT, and then all the way to like, broadband and mobile phones. If you pick up the phone you used 10 years ago, or the phone you had 20 years, well, we didn't even have mobile phones in Nigeria 20 years ago. But like, things have really, really, really changed. So very much with our careers, very much with our interpersonal relationships, very much with how even our communities congregate and organize. Today, DevFest Ghana, we're having sort of like a unified DevFest, people coming from Kumasi, people coming from DSCs, people coming from Accra. We're doing one big thing together out of necessity, but also because collaboration just makes sense. If you look at even the leadership and the organization of the DSC and of the GDG in Accra and the organizers of DevFest, there's even been some transition, right? And I'm really very excited about the fact, and I really want to thank John, Doris, and the rest of the team for all the amazing stuff they have done in bringing GDG Accra, bringing the Google developer, and even the wider developer community in Ghana to where it is today. So I really want us to sit back, really open up our minds, the way we operate, the kind of jobs we look for, the kind of companies we want to build, the kind of skills we want to acquire. Hopefully not. Hopefully 2021 will be a more stable and a more certain and a more organized, more predictable year. But the truth is anything can happen and a lot is going to change. Now, if you look at things like even just like this pandemic, this lockdown, it has accelerated a lot of things that we felt were going to be completely impossible, like virtual schooling, e-commerce. A lot has been said about e-commerce in sub-Saharan Africa. Will there be a Konga or a Jumia that would be like a Flipkart or an Amazon or something? But truth is, out of necessity, those things which were very forward-thinking just have to change, because the new normal or the current normal and whatever is coming in front is going to be absolutely very, very much different from what it was before. So my message to everyone, to the entire organizing community, the entire attendees of today's event is, as much as we acknowledge that things have changed, we shouldn't be afraid of change. And we should position ourselves with our skills, with our thinking, with the way we collaborate, to really think of how can we absolutely be in a position to take advantage of this change. How can we be sort of like, as they would say, ahead of the curve with our skills, with the way we are building relationships, with the sort of collaborations we're having. Here today, there are literally dozens of DevFests going on simultaneously all over the world, starting from yesterday all the way till today and tomorrow. I've been in DevFest in Lebanon, I've been in DevFest in South Africa, Mozambique, Madagascar. There are at least about 5 or 6 DevFests going on right now, and I'm being spoiled for choice because the way we're connecting, the way we are operating has actually changed, and everyone's trying to figure it out. So you're not alone. But most importantly, I think as people who are primarily in technology, and it's easy to assume that everybody understands tech and apps and digital native and how to social network. But in all honesty, some of those things, some people just started coming into this sort of way of life as recently as 6 months ago. Amazingly, and I have no other choice to talk about Nigeria. It is amazing to see our government, ECOWAS, Nigerian federal government, governors, provincial chairmen, ministers, communicating through video call, like they're having federal executive councils with ministers and governors and the president through video. Whoever imagined that could have thinking of? In February, nobody believed. If you know how it is like with most of our government, just to have maybe one meeting or one courtesy call. You know the amount of convoys that will come out of each state capital, all the Land Cruisers, the Jeeps, people flying to the seat of government, the presidential villa, sometimes just to have a 30-minute meeting. Well, today we found that that's not very efficient, and in fact, it's not even possible. So things that sort of like could bring a lot of change for social good, for gov tech, for civil tech, have really, forced their way into our consciousness, and we've had to embrace it. Right now, today, across many cities in Nigeria, that same activity, that same demand for transparency and open data is fueling a lot of things around, can we change our country? You might have heard about the NSAS, NSWAT, and all the protests that are going on in Nigeria. Well, we really do hope that eventually these things will bring more transparency, will bring more opportunity into the way we're living. So finally, I would say that we are all catalysts and agents of change. This empty room should really strike you and remind you that the way we've done things before is not the only way of doing things. And the way we're doing things now may even be a better way or a better additional option to how we get things done, how we learn, how we work, how we communicate, collaborate, earn money, have fun. And when speaking of earn money, no other figure this week in Nigeria is more important than this $200 million absolutely amazing exit or absolutely amazing acquisition that we've heard from Paystack about their new relationship with Stripe, which was an original investor. So this pictures and this tells you that it didn't start today. This is a 5-year-old company that literally saw the future and most dramatically in a period like this has taken advantage of the new way of doing things. Payments, e-commerce, and enabling small businesses to sell, whether it's on social media or on their full-scale e-commerce website, has changed everything. And some people who have invested in technology, invested in skills, and built amazingly remarkable solutions for real problems have literally cashed out. So as we look forward to today's talks and all the groundbreaking advancements in either technology, in apps, features with the cloud, and new things that are coming around the horizon, one thing that has struck with me and has always stuck with me when I think of entrepreneurship, career, business, is something someone really told me, and I don't have a direct quote, is that money flows in the direction of value. If you make yourself valuable, if you provide valuable service in the company you work, if you provide value to the team or the project group you belong to, there'll be money flowing in your direction. So I leave you with the new image and $200 million. Thank you. And tweet
Thank you,
about
Andy.
We can hear you now.
Yes, sorry, I was mute. Perfect. So, hi everyone. I'm very happy to be here with you today at this DevFest. And today I would like to share with you how to start with Google Cloud. So I'm Guillaume Blaquier. I'm Google developer expert on cloud platform. I'm also a lead cloud architect at Veolia, a French company focused on environmental businesses. So before talking about Google Cloud, I would like to share with you what's a cloud platform. In fact, what's the difference between a cloud platform and a data center? In fact, there is no difference because in the cloud, it's not your data center, it's a data center hosted by a provider. And in this data center, in this cloud, you have servers, you have CPU, you have memories, you have GPUs, you have disk to save the data as any servers in any data centers. And because you have a lot of servers and you have to connect your application with the outside world, with the internet, and to connect the servers between them, you need to have network capabilities. And you have all the traditional features of the network, the firewalls, the router, the VPN, load balancer, NAT, and so on. You have all these features in a cloud provider because you need to communicate between the server and with outside the internet. And because you run some workload on your servers, you need to monitor them, and you have also monitoring and logging feature to understand and to see what's happened on your platform. And that's all. The cloud starts with this. It's not your data center, it's a data center hosted elsewhere, but it's servers and network, and that's all. What's the difference between all the cloud provider? It's an additional layer. And on top of these basic components, the cloud provider will provide some services. Which services? For example, on Google Cloud, of course, you have services around database and storage for persistence of the data. For example, you have Cloud SQL. It's managed database services of Google Cloud, and you can run MySQL, PostgreSQL, or Microsoft SQL Server on Cloud SQL. What is it? It's a server with disk, CPU, memory, and disk. And on top of this server, you have MySQL or other engine installed on it. And what the service provided by the cloud provider, it's you don't have to care about the server patching, the database upgrade, the backup, the snapshots, and so on. All these services, all this stuff, you can run this on yourself on a server, on a VM in the cloud. But if you use managed services, Google Cloud can do this for you. Of course, you pay a little more than if it's yourself to manage your database, but you have a lot of work to don't do because the cloud provider does this for you. It's true for the database and the storage, and you have a lot of services around this. You have also a lot of services around the DevOps for building, deploying, monitoring, all the IAM services, identity access management services, to know which user can interact with your cloud. Excuse me. With your environments, with your platform, and which user can't do this. You have AI and machine learning capabilities with a lot of product around this. Messaging, where you have message queuing, in fact, where you can have a publisher that push a message in a channel. Here it's a pub sub. The publisher push a message, and you have one or several subscribers that can consume this message and perform some processing based on this message. You have compute, serverless compute, very known as Cloud Function, App Engine, and Cloud Run. Here you can create your application, write your own code, and ship this code to the cloud. And Google Cloud runs this code in serverless. That means your code, a web server or a function can run. You have nothing to manage, no server to manage, and nothing to manage. Google Cloud runs this code for you, and you only have to write your code. You have also stuff around chat and smart assistants with Google Assistant or Dialogflow if you want. And at the end, you have also the analytics. Very known product on Google Cloud is BigQuery. And BigQuery is very popular because it's very powerful database to process terabyte and petabyte of data in few seconds. Very powerful. So that's the difference between each cloud provider. The difference is not based on the basic components. The difference is based on the additional services built on top of these basic components. So at the end, you have a lot of services on the cloud. Here it's Google Cloud. If you go on Azure or AWS, you have a biggest list. It's totally awesome. And it's very hard to jump in the cloud because when you look at this, it's very terrifying because there are a lot of stuff to know and to understand. But the good news is you don't need to know all this stuff to go in the cloud and to perform some development and code. So now, where to start? There's several ways to start, but I think the easiest way to start is to use your browser. It's very easy. And you simply have to create your account. You need to have a Google account to connect yourself to the console.cloud.google.com. and you create your first project. For this, when you create your account, you have $300 free to play with the platform, and you have to use this budget in the first years after your account creation. Then you can go on the documentation, look at the products that you want, learn it, and you can try it on your platform. And for this, you can use Cloud Shell. Why Cloud Shell is very interesting is because when you working, for example, I'm on my Chromebook of my company here, and I don't have a shell to interact with the console, to use the CLI and so on. And with Cloud Shell, I can use this. Just click on it. Okay, I have a blank screen. Just is loading. Here I open the Google Cloud console, just a few seconds, and I will show you. Here you have a button. It's Cloud Shell, and you can open it. Yeah, you click on it. You have a part of your page where you have opened a Cloud Shell.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah.
It seems your projection is very small. Your screen sharing, it looks tiny.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will try to. I'm sorry. I'm trying to. Yeah.
So I think you are sharing your tab, right?
No, I'm showing my. It's not my tab. It's my. Okay.
You have to share your tab.
Okay. Okay. Just okay. Don't worry. It's not very important. Yeah. I will just I will share my screen. It will be better. My enter screen. Yeah, like this. I think it's better. Like this. Okay. And if I go back.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Yeah. Do you see? Are you seeing my screen? Yeah.
This is awesome. Yeah. Nice one.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. So just go back here. Here you have a button here on the header. You have a Cloud Shell, and you can open your editor here. To have a new Windows, you can click here, and you have directly in your browser. You can use Cloud Shell, and here you have a Linux environment directly open on your browser. You don't need to install anything locally. You don't have to spin up a server and to connect your server and so on. You can do your job in the cloud directly in your browser. It's the best way to start. But if you prefer your local environments, you can also download the Google Cloud SDK and to use the gcloud init command to initialize your environment with your user credential. And why this is important? It's because the gcloud is the CLI, the command line interface for interacting with the cloud. When you use gcloud something, you will interact with the API of Google Cloud, and it's easier for you to interact with the cloud than using the REST API because it's harder to use. So two solutions, or use your browser or your local environment if you prefer. Then how to learn, how to start on Google Cloud. Here you have several learning paths with Google Cloud. First, you have free access to learning platform, and you have a lot of discounts and promotion for this. For example, I found this link this week. You have free labs that you can use. You can click on it, and here you have a free labs for several stuff. And for example, at the end, you have a free offer for this month. You have 1 month for architecting, for data engineering, and for machine learning on Coursera. And you can subscribe to this offer. And for 1 month, you can learn what you want on this platform. You have also some discounts. I know in April and May during the COVID lockdown, the training was free on Coursera, Pluralsight, and Quick Labs. So you have periodic offers depending on the events in the year. Recently, it was the 5 years of Kubernetes and Google Kubernetes Engine on Google Cloud, and you have a special offer for Kubernetes on the cloud. So periodically, you have offers, and don't hesitate to check these links when you can. So you have also a lot of content on YouTube. Of course, you have the Google Cloud Platform channel with a lot of content, and you have two interesting playlists. You have the Getting Started playlist, where you have a small overview of 2 or 3 minutes on a product, a focus only one product, but you have an overview of it in 2 or 3 minutes. It's very interesting for the beginning. And you have also the GCP Essential. It's much longer videos. And here you can understand how to set up your environment, set up your organization, the folders, the projects, how to manage the billing and so on. It's more advanced for this, and it's very interesting when you would like to set up your organization very in a good condition for the production and for your company. If I continue, you have 3 learning platforms that you can use, and with free credits that you can have at least for 1 month. The first platform is Quick Labs. Quick Labs is very interesting because it's an hands-on platform with resources. I mean, a Google project and resources that you can use during the labs duration, and at the end of the labs, the project is deleted, and you have nothing to continue to pay or to worry about. Does I clean all my project or not? It's not your concern. At the end of the labs, all your resources are destroyed. And you have a step-by-step tutorial, and you can, like this, go step by step and understand what are you performing on the platform. Just a quick overview of this. Here, just to sign in with my accounts. Yeah, and here you have a lot of labs, and I can select labs, for example. Oh, it's a Google Cloud Essential, not very interesting. Yeah, I can go here, and you can see these labs. Here it's 30 minutes labs, and you have a lot of instruction for the setups. And here you can create, for example, start here, and you have command line to copy paste. Here you can copy your command line, etc., etc. And you have checkpoints, and at the end, the target is to validate all the checkpoints here to validate your labs. And at the end, you should know and understand what did you do on the cloud, thanks to the explanation and the command lines that you have copy paste in the cloud. That was the first platform. The second one is Coursera. Coursera is popular, is known. It's an online courses platform. You have a lot of things to learn. You have videos, quizzes, and hands-on labs. The hands-on labs are performed with Quick Labs. That's why I presented Quick Labs just before. And an interesting thing with Coursera is you can share your accomplishments on Coursera, because you have quizzes and hands-on labs that validate your steps and knowledge on Coursera. And at the end, you have a graduation, a diploma that you can share on LinkedIn or Twitter to show to the community that you have understood and learned this part. Most of courses on Coursera are in English, but you have a transcript just below for people not very aware and that know very easily the English. Like me, I'm French, and the English is sometimes an issue. So the third platform is very similar to Coursera. It's named Pluralsight. It's also an online learning platform, but also a coaching platform, because when you open an account on Pluralsight, you have targets. I have to train myself 3 hours per week, and you have a coach that reminders you that you have to learn more this week and so on. So it's like a coaching platform. It's not a learning platform as Coursera. You have also videos and hands-on labs, quite the same as Coursera, of course, but you have no quizzes and you can share your accomplishments. It's more for your own learning than for sharing this knowledge outside in social media, for example. So now I have a few recommendations for you for my experience, my issues that I have in the cloud. And about the developments, I have 2 main advices. For example, first about the design and the architecture. First, it's very, very important to keep the things simple for many reasons, for an easiest evolution, for using a few components on the cloud. If you use few components, you pay less than if you use a lot of components. You have less things to understand because you use less components. So keep the things simple is very, very important. And if you start a new project, a proof of concept, a POC, for example, this project, if the project is simple, the project should be cheap or even free, because you have a free tier on Google Cloud, and sometimes you have nothing to pay if you use Cloud Function, Cloud Run, and so on. And if your project is simple, you have nothing to pay, or you pay very few on the platform. If your project is simple and you pay a lot, I think there is something very strange in your design, and you have to think again your design, because it's not normal to pay a lot for a simple project. Then the second step is the security. Why security is important? Because you are on public cloud provider, and public cloud means your API, your VM, your interface are publicly accessible on internet, and anyone can access your resources, and the security is very, very important. It's not very funny, of course, but very important, because you can save money and save your production, your applications, thanks to the security features. The first advice is to respect the least privilege principle. What this principle is to say, prefer to use the predefined role instead of primitive roles. Primitive roles are very easy to understand. It's owner, editor, and viewer roles, the 3 primitive roles of Google Cloud. And for example, the owner roles has more than 2,000 permissions on Google Cloud. Permission in database, storage, compute, AI, healthcare. So a lot of permissions, and you don't need all these permissions on a project. So prefer the predefined role. The predefined roles are more focused on a service. For example, you can be compute admin. You have the full administration on the compute instance, the network, and so on, but you can't access to the databases and to the AI services, because you are only compute admin on the platform. So prefer the predefined roles instead of primitive roles. Also, use the service accounts on the services. What's the service account? In fact, you have 2 types of accounts on Google Cloud. You have the user account, my account, because I'm a user, and you have a technical account for an application. It's named a service account. When your application is running on internet, there is no users behind the application. It's in a standalone, and you have a permission for this application. It's named service account. When you deploy an application on Google Cloud, it's deployed with a default identity on the service. For example, you deploy on compute instance, you will use the service accounts, the default the computer engine's default service accounts on this instance. And if you deploy 3 different instances, one to access to a database, one to access to, I don't know, to the AI platform, and the third to access to healthcare API. If you use the same service accounts, the same instances have the same identity and then the same service accounts, and you have to grant these service accounts with databases permission, with cloud platform permission, and with healthcare permissions. And thus, a VM that need only to access to databases will be also allowed to access to AI and healthcare. It's not the least privileged principle. For this, you can create a service account for each service, for each instance on your project, and then you can grant only the permission on each service account, and to limit and to narrow the roles and permission for each instance on your platform. If you are doing this, it's very efficient, because you can use, for example, the user default credential. That means when you develop, you say to your application, hey, get the identity deployed with my service. You don't have to think about anything else. The application gets the default service account when it has been deployed. Thanks to this authentication, the instance, for example, the instance for accessing to the database will use the service accounts and use it to access to APIs for the database and so on. I say this because in a lot of tutorials, articles that you can find on internet and even on Google Cloud documentation, sometimes you have tutorials that say you first create a service account key file on GCP and then use it to do this. Never create a service account key file. Why? Because a key file, it's a key. It's a key. It's a secret. That you have to keep it very secretly on your computer, and it's only a file. A file, it's easy to copy a file, to send a file by email, to push a file on a public GitHub repository, for example, and it's easy to lose these secrets. And in my company, we had a lot of security issues because of these files, and today we have removed the permission to create them, but most of the time, things about the service account key files is not the best practice. Maybe it's easier at the beginning, but keep in mind, service account key file is not a good practice when you use Google Cloud Platform components. So, of course, if you have to deploy your application elsewhere, for example, you deploy your application on AWS, and the application on AWS need to access to your database hosted on Google Cloud, you need this kind of files to access to GCP. But on GCP, never use service account key file. So now some tips on the cloud. First, use the Google Cloud documentation. It's very well designed, and you have the same structure on each product. You have the quick start and the how-to start on the product. You have a concept section to go deeper and to understood under the hood how the product works and what you can do with this product. And you have also the REST API reference that you can interact with the product if you want. And you have also some client libraries to access to your REST APIs and so on. And sometimes the client libraries are not up to date, or there are some bugs in the client libraries. And for that, you can use the REST API directly. And if you don't know how to use them, you can use this command gcloud --log-http, And when you're doing this, the G-Cloud CLI prints to the screen all the HTTP requests performed to interact with the cloud. And like this, you can copy paste the request and copy paste the contents, and you can do this in your code, and it's easier for you to understand how the API work and how to invoke the API thanks to these logs. And you have also the discovery API that you can use. It's directly linked with the publication of API, and you can use this easily. And at the end, last tips, more than for your documentation, you can use these links to get some icons, schema, models, images, and so on. To create a diagram and schema like Google Cloud, in fact, and there's the official icons here. And finally, just how to keep up to date. Because you have learned a lot on internet, you have learned a lot on the content and the products, and you would like to be on top of Google Cloud. For this, I recommend you to continue to practice and to use Google Cloud. It's very important to know and to understand all the dates and what are the new products. And this summer, there's a lot of new products and very interesting. You can subscribe to some YouTube channel and watch some videos when they are published. Every week, you have videos that summarize all the biggest announcements on Google Cloud. So it's interesting to view them, to watch them. You can also listen some GCP podcast with also all the news and so on, and follow some Twitter accounts. You have Google Cloud accounts, more focused on marketing and customer announcements, and GCP Weekly, which are more focused on the release notes, and all the new releases are published by GCP Weekly. You have also the release notes and RSS feed. If you want to subscribe it, it's very nice. Every day you can check the feed and check all the news, new updates on Google Cloud. You can also subscribe to the Google Cloud SDK updates notification. Just why? In fact, the Google Cloud SDK, it's a G-Cloud CLI, the command line interface that interacts with the cloud platform APIs. And when the Google Cloud APIs updates are updated, because there's updates in the product, in the components, the APIs are updated, and of course the Google Cloud CLI has to be updated to be compliant with the new APIs in the cloud. And if you follow only the Google Cloud SDK updates, you understand what's happened in the cloud and why some updates has been performed on the CLI to be compliant with the cloud. And like this, sometimes you have some announcements or some release notes before the official communication on a product. For example, it was the case in January with Secret Manager. It has been officially announced in February, and in January, the Google Cloud CLI has been updated to be compliant with this new product. And like this, you can know 2, 3, 4 weeks in advance all the new releases that happen on Google Cloud. So I think it's over for me. So there's a lot of content, a lot of stuff about this. I will share the slide on Twitter if you want to have them, and I'm sure the GDG will also share these slides to have all the links that I presented you on this slide. If you want to answer me to to some question, or if you have some question, don't hesitate to reach me on Twitter. I will be happy to answer you. And if you have a question now, I will be happy to answer you. If you have no question or are too shy to ask me on Twitter, no problem. I wrote some articles on Medium if you want to share them, to see them, and I will be happy to discuss on them also. And that's all. I'm very happy to be here with you, and I would like to thank the DevFest to host me today.
Thank you so much, Senior Blackie, and such a great session today. And thank you so much for your recommendations and your tips. So everyone, we'll move on to the next thing on the agenda. So you can go to the agenda tab just to check it out. All right, have a great day and have fun.
Merci. Okay, so as I was saying earlier, this particular session is on credit risk modeling using machine learning. And Salome Osei will be the one to guide us through that. So without wasting much time, the tips about this session is that Salome will lead the session, give her presentation. And if you have any question for her, you can leave that in the chat. And once she sees that, she will answer your question. So Salome, please, you can go ahead and start. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for giving me the floor. And thanks to everyone for joining this presentation. My name is Salome Osei. I am a student at the African Masters of Machine Intelligence, AMI Ghana, and I am a machine learning researcher. I am currently working on machine learning with applications to finance. So a little bit about me. I went to Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. I have a bachelor's from there. I also have an MSc in mathematics from the African Institute for Mathematical Sciences, Cameroon. I'm currently doing my MPhil with KNUST again, and also in the AMI Ghana program for an MSc in machine intelligence. So welcome to this presentation where I talk about credit risk modeling using machine learning. So for today's presentation, I'm going to be talking about introduction. I'm going to introduce you to risk management, the type of risk that we have, and then our main focus, which is the credit risk. And then I'm going to discuss with you some traditional methods for risk management, and then the use of machine learning and how machine learning has helped in credit risk modeling. I will also finally conclude, and then be willing to answer any of the questions that you have for me. So over the last years, we've seen that the financial institutions have been greatly affected, especially when we look at the fact that in Ghana here, there's been banks that have been consolidated, and then people losing a lot of their money to institutions that have already collapsed. And these all are as a result of the fact that we do not take our credit risk measurements seriously. And so these banks are going bankrupt, and a lot of things have been happening in the institutions that makes people's life more complicated and difficult. Now, when we talk about risk management, what is risk management? It's risk in essence. They are unexpected outcomes and damaging events that can cause a company to lose money. And when this happens, it's permanent, and it causes a lot of damage to the financial institution in question. Now, what are some of the risks that we have? We have the financial uncertainty, we have the legal liabilities, we have management errors, and then we have natural disasters or even accidents. and then the IT security problems, the quality of data that is being used, and then the decision on what model to use. So your model, the model that you are using to for your credit risk, can damage your reputation for the company, because the model might not be good for the institution and might give you wrong predictions. Also, we've seen that Corona has affected a lot of institutions, financial institutions, to be precise, because a lot of these institutions are losing money, and accidents are also causes of this risk. Now, how do we manage risk? Basically, risk management is a process of identifying first, and then assessing and being able to control the risk that you're facing. So in risk management, keys to note is identifying, assessing, and then controlling the risk that you have. Why is risk management important? I believe I've already said a lot about that. If you have a risk management implementations, it's going to guide your institute not to lose a lot of money, or not to even sway away from what your objectives are, like going into bankruptcy and a lot of things like that. Now, there are processes that you need to follow to manage your risk. Now, the first thing is for you to identify any potential risk that you have. Then you analyze these type of risk that you have, how the impact of this risk, and then you treat the risk, because there should be treatment plans, like models that are so good to prevent you from these risk. And then when you are done implementing all of these models that are good for your system, you need to be able to monitor and see how well your system is doing. So these are the processes, or the 5 processes that is involved in risk management. Now, the types of risk that we have are the credit risk, the market risk, the liquidity risk, and then the operational risk. So for this presentation, our main focus is on credit risk. Now, credit risk. What is credit risk? It is defined as the risk of a potential loss to the bank due to the fact that a borrower may not be able to honor its obligations. In essence, if I go to an institution and I take money from them, I take a loan from them, and I'm not able to repay my loan, I have defaulted, and this is what is meant by credit risk. So why do we pay so much attention to credit risk? Why do institutions pay so much attention to credit risk? That is because it has been the most risk that is faced by the banking institutes. And I think that in Ghana here, we know that the credit risk is mostly affecting the banks that we have in our system. And then also loans are the biggest and the obvious source of money or income for these institutions. We know that when you give out a loan, your interest, the interest on it is more higher, and gives the company a lot of money. So most of the financial institutions want to be giving out loans, but the problem is when you give out the loan and the money does not come back, then you have a problem, because your money is gone and it's not coming back. And then so we know that credit risk, to be able to give out credit, your company has to have a lot of money. So it is capital intensive, because what goes out every day might not come back the same way, because it comes back in bits. Now, how do we model credit risk, and what do we know about modeling of credit risk? To model credit risk, what we are trying to do is estimate the following. We're estimating the probability of default. We are also estimating the loss given default, and then the exposure at default. Break this down. The exposure at default is also known as the credit exposure, which is the value, the total amount that the bank is exposed to when an applicant defaults. And then the loss given default, the amount of money that the financial institute loses when the borrower has already defaulted. So this is the initial, the biggest amount of money. And then what the probability of default is likelihood, like over a specified, that the borrower, the person who borrowed the money, will not be able to pay as it was scheduled. So when we talk about credit risk, what type of decisions do we want to make? What we initially want to do is to see whether we will give out the loan or not give out the loan, or even if we are giving the loan, whether to increase the rates or even to decrease it, because it comes in as interest, and it depends on how much you're taking and all that. So there existed some, still exist traditional methods for credit risk modeling, and these we call traditional because they are the statistical methods, and these have been used by banks or institutions for a very long time now. And then some of the statistical methods that have been used happen to be the linear regression, the lasso, and logistic regression, and several others. So these are some of the traditional or statistical methods that have been used. And now machine learning, as everyone knows, have been in the system, and everybody is using machine learning to solve problems. So we compare machine learning and then the traditional methods to see why everybody's focus is now going on to machine learning. Now, the machine learning methods, like I said, have already attracted a lot of attention from institutions and from investors. So what it means is that these traditional methods are linear and they do not consider the non-linearity of the data. We all for an institution to be very powerful, what they need is the data. Being able to explain your data, being able to utilize your data will make your institution very strong. But this is the case where the traditional methods fail to consider the non-linearity aspect of the data. So it becomes very difficult for you to have an accurate model when you're using the statistical methods. Now, machine learning. A brief introduction to machine learning will be that learning is the study of computer algorithms that improve automatically through experience. So in machine learning, you are feeding a model with a lot of data, and in return, you want it to give you a feedback, knowing that it has learned a lot from what you have given it. While these statistical methods are very static and not mostly dynamic like the way machine learning is. So this is also another definition for ML. If the first one was very complicated for you, this one is saying that it's a core technique of AI that involves learning from the data that you are given. Or you can see it as a subset of data science and that uses statistical models to draw insights and make predictions, which is why several other people say that machine learning was born out of statistics. So why machine learning? Like I said, it has the capability to capture nonlinear relationships in the data, and they are able to detect patterns in data. Now, ML algorithms are predictive models that can learn from the training data sets to make predictions. So all I do is give it a data set, and it's able to learn from these data sets that I have given it. And then what is really exciting about the machine learning solutions is that from experience. So you don't have to explicitly program what's your model. The model is eventually going to learn give you have. Now, the types of machine learning that we have the supervised, which deals with prediction and classification basically, and we have the unsupervised learning, which is more about clustering, finding patterns in the data. Now, back to our main thing for today, credit scoring. So the credit score a number between 300 to 850. So it represents the credit worthiness of a customer. So if you are below 300 or even 300, your credit worthiness is very low. And if you are 850, like let's say it's from 600 to 850, then you're doing well. Credit score, what we look at is the application scoring, the behavioral scoring. You need to know a lot about the person that you are granting the loan to. So these are some of the things that will help you to know who you're giving out your money to. Now, some of the techniques for credit scoring, like for example, the statistical based credit scoring will be the linear discriminant analysis, the Markov chains, and the logistic regression. For the machine learning, we have the artificial neural network, and then we have the random forest and also the gradient boost. So these are some few examples of machine-based methods for credit scoring. Now, so what are some of the factors that when you're doing scoring for credit? The things that you need to consider is financial indicators. So the finances of the person, if it is an individual, or the finances of the company, if it is a group. Then their demographic indicators, their employment indicators, and then their behavioral indicators. Now, to be able to do scoring or to be able to do machine learning, the main thing that you need to consider is your data. Data is very, very essential when it comes to machine learning. And the type of data that you use to build machine learning also depends on the task that you want to solve. So if you want to do regression, you need a different type of data, or if you want to do classification, you need a different type of data based on the problem that you want to solve. Now, in practice, the more data you feed, the more accurate your results are. So you need a lot of data for the model to train very well to be able to give you the right accuracy that you need. And then if I wanted to do scoring for credit using machine learning, first of all, I would have to look at my data. So what type of data do I have? How dirty is the data? Do I have balanced data sets? Is it imbalanced? Are the classes balanced? For example, when we are doing credit risk, we are looking at classification. So we're looking at both, let's say, default and non-default, which we represent by 0 and 1. So how much of the zeros do I have? How much of the ones do I have? Do I need to balance them? Is everything okay? Do I need to do some cleaning? Are there things that are in the data that I don't need? All these things are some of the things that you need to do, and these are the very first things to do. Now, if you have your data and then your data is not what you would want to do some transformations in the data. So you transform the data according to the model that you are using to be able to train with the particular model that you. What you do also is feature selection. There are some features that come to the data sets that are not too relevant for the model, or that do not make any impact or does not influence the decision on the model that you want to build or on the decision that you want to make. So what you do is that you drop some of those features in order also to reduce the complexity of your model, because the more features that you have, the more training, or the longer the training. So if these things in the data or these columns in the data are not necessary, you'd want to drop them so that you have you can train faster and longer, and also to be able to remove all these redundant features from the data. The last thing that you do is that you model. So you fix your model, the model that you choose, whether it is a neural network, whether it is the random forest that I talked about, whether it is the gradient boost, all of them, you need to fix the model. And then after fixing the model, you have your results. So you do interpretation of your results. What's my accuracy? What insights am I drawing from the model that I had? So all these things are some of the steps that or are the steps that you do or you go through when you're doing credit risk modeling using some of these machine learning techniques. Now, after you're done with fitting your model and having all of your results, what you want to do is evaluate your model. So is your model doing well? How slow is it? How fast? How accurate and all that. So what we use, we call the evaluation. Now for credit risk, what you can use is the accuracy, which is the proportion of true values among the total number of cases that you have examined. And then this is the formula. So the TP is the true positive, the TN is the true, and then the FP is the false positive, and then the TN is the true negative. So you look at all the accuracy, looks at all of these things, and then gives you true results that you have. Then also you can consider using the AUC, which is the area under the curve. So that area under the curve is also the probability that the model has ranked a random positive example more highly than a random negative example. So these two are some of the evaluation metrics that you can use when credit risk modeling using some of these machine learning techniques. So I'd like to conclude by saying that machine learning has contributed significantly to credit risk modeling applications. And then the loan default prediction is also very important to financial institutions. And hence, we use these credit scoring to distinguish between whether a customer will default or a customer will not default. Thank you so much for joining me for this. And I look forward to questions from you.
Okay. All right. So my name is Audrey Mungo, and I am a data scientist trainee. Thank you so much for having me, the GD. I'm just so happy because last year I was actually a volunteer and I was helping in setting up the place and everything. And it's really nice to see myself here today sharing my experience with you guys. So data science, it's really a hot topic, very, very hot. Everybody's talking about it and everybody is excited about it. But here is what I understand, that there is a lot of information, like there is a lot of data out there about everything that's going on around the world. But the thing is, make it your own. And I'll start it with this quote from Albert Einstein. You do not really know something unless you can explain it in your to your grandmother. To me, this means that even though things are already existing, you've come to a field and things are already set, it doesn't necessarily mean it's set, because science always has to be challenged. So when you come into the field of data science, try to make everything look your own. Try to get a definition on your own so that you can transfer it easily. So I'll just share the definition that the net is giving and the definition that I am giving to data science. So what is data science? According to Wikipedia, it's like there is a lot of jargon here. Data science is a discipline, scientific processes, algorithms, knowledge. It's just really a lot for a beginner. If you're getting started into a field, you really want to know what the field is about, but most importantly, to relate to that field, meaning that whatever that is out there, you take it and you try to transform it in a way that you can understand it and be able to transfer it to other people. So here is my definition of data science. It is the discipline that helps us understand the data we have and manipulate it in order to make the most out of it. Yes, this is my definition of data science. Because when I see this, then I can actually get started with studying it. It makes so much sense to me to see it, define it in such a simple way. Everything that is in here, I understand it. I understand that you have to manipulate it. I understand that it's a discipline. I understand that there is data involved. And I understand that you have to make something out of what is out there. So do not just venture into the data science field. Whenever you try to venture into that field, ask yourself, do I really understand it? Am I really going to make it my own in order to make it, in order to explain it, in order to impact? Because that's the most important thing, your impact into the field. You can choose to be a data scientist like everyone else. Everything is out there, and you can just decide to start learning it without, it's just out there. You can just use it the way you want it. And you will still get the results. But won't it be better if you can actually make it your own and try to challenge what is out there? So if you've heard about data science before, and whatever it is that you've heard, try and share it with us. How do you understand it yourself? If you can share it in the chat, I'll really be happy so that maybe we can discuss it later. But try and come up with your own definition of it, because as scientists, we are always learning. There is no end. We are always learning. So yeah. So now, what are the data science processes? It is a science. So you can't just start like this. You have to get foundations, a path to follow in order to make the best out of it. So every science has processes, steps, if I have to say. If you want to understand how do you call it, the different transformation of water or states. Sorry, English is not my first language, so it's sometimes a bit tricky to try and translate. So yeah, if you want to understand the different state of water, there is actually a cycle. And this is just pure science. There is always a cycle, and there are always processes that you have to follow. But it doesn't mean you can't challenge it. You always have to challenge it, because once you challenge it, then you stand apart, you stand out of the crowd. There is nothing in science that makes it move forward when nobody is challenging it. No, it doesn't. It's like we will just not move. If everybody is saying yes, 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 we'll just not moving. If you come and see a definition of data science and you are just embracing it and continuing your way, that will remain. It will remain like this forever. And your impact won't really be felt. Like, we won't really feel that you've impacted the field, because you are just coming to see something and you are just okay with what you see and you continue your way. So here, I'll share, this is from somebody that I follow on this website, Data Science, Towards Data Science, yes. It's actually a website that provides you with all information that you want, blogs that you want about data science, and they really have interesting talks. And these are the processes that he has. You obtain the data, you scrap the data, you explore the data, you model the data, and then you interpret it, which is great. Like, there is nothing wrong with it. There is absolutely nothing wrong, because the data has to come from somewhere. So you obtain it some way. It could be via any tools that we'll dive into later on. then you have to scrub it or clean it. No problem. It's totally true because you can't work with the data that you just got and then you start working on it. No, you have to clean it, make sure that it will actually match what you are looking for in order to make the best out of it. Then you explore the data. Well, you see what this data can actually reveal to you as you are asking yourself questions and you are using other tools. This is according to him. Then you model the data. You use algorithms depending on what you actually want to come up with, or depending on what you want the data to provide for you, or depending on what you are looking for. And then you interpret it. You just share. You use your communication skills to actually share your findings. And there is absolutely nothing wrong with this process. But as a beginner, when I started and I saw this, and I was like, oh, wow, and this is great. It is true. Everything here is true. But I do not understand what's going on. So I had to make it my own way and come up with my own processes. Because, let me just get it straight. As a data scientist, you are in charge. You are totally in charge of your work. Totally. And do not let anybody influence that. The way you think is different from the way someone else thinks. Even if the people are the ones who came up with the whole concept. But you are the one actually doing the work. You are the one on the field. So you are the one in charge. And here is my definition of these processes. You obtain the data, which is true. From my experience, yes, I get the data, but then I try to understand it. This is what I have come across. Because cleaning it simply makes sense for me to clean something after I understood that I need this column, or I don't need this one, or I need this, I need to add new columns. I need to derive new columns from the existing ones. Because then let's just say the weather, or let's just say your expenses. Let's not keep it to it. Let's not go far. Your expenses per month. And you want to predict how much money you're going to spend next month based on this. So you may have the existing data, which is the shopping mall, like your shopping receipts that are here, or your credit card that you recharge and you didn't throw away because, well, you have to count them and see how much you spent on credit. And then you realize that, okay, but there is also something, there are also times when I see how do you call it? I see those selling ice cream passing by, and I just want an ice cream. And this one, you actually never record it because they are not even receipts. And you can't tell me that you'll be keeping the sachet in your house. Anytime you finish, you have your ice cream. No, you throw them away because it's trash. So you have to come up with a new cell or a new column with miscellaneous, if I have to say, yes. Because these are just things that you don't actually prevent. They're just happening because you're a human being. So you understand, even though you have existing data, you have to understand that when you think about it, there are instances where you actually spend money and then you don't put it anywhere. It's nowhere to be found, but it is spent, and that money can't be tracked. And you have to come up with that new column, actually, to create, to put these things that you can actually plan in there so that you'll be able to track your expenses. So after this one, you clean it. Let's just say you are examining data from the weather data. Let's just say it like that. And you want to see where it rains the most. And you have the area, and then in that data, you don't only have the area names, but you also have the shops that are in the area. I mean, yes, but we are only interested in the raining, like how the weather is affected there. We are not interested in the shops that are there. So you have to come up with a strategy or a tool that will help you actually delete that column, because you don't need the name of the shops, or you don't need to know what shops are there. It's just an example to tell you that cleaning it can be coming before exploring. To me, this is what I've been exposed to. And when you explore, you use other tools, because there are tools for stages. And when you explore, you use other tools to actually have a kind of a feel of how I can make the best out of this data. Do I need to do some little mathematics to count the number of cells to see if the sample that I have gathered is actually representative of what I want to show or what I want to work on? Will it help my results? You explore it with other tools and see how you can manipulate it. Just the exploration is little more manipulation on leading towards what you want to find out. Then you come with communicating the results. And this is before getting to AI and ML. And communicating the results also involves other tools. And seriously, you are going to spend a lot of time cleaning the data. This is just, I don't know. And when you saw the other, let me just go back to it. When you see this model here, you can see that you are already modeling the data before you give the results. But seriously, when you go on the field, you are going to spend like 90% of your time actually trying to understand, clean, explore, and obtain the data. This is what you are going to do 90% of the time. And these are things that we don't know when we are beginners. And when we start learning, we just want to learn it all of it. So let's just try and be more open-minded to the new things. Learning is a process. Learning is a process, and you don't have to rush when you are learning. Try to attend this kind of event to actually see yourself and embrace yourself with the field and try to understand further before you actually venture into it. Because there is a lot to learn, but the way we tackle this learning is very important. So from this slide, just know that you will spend 90% of your time actually cleaning the data. And that's the truth. 90% of your time, you're going to spend it cleaning the data, exploring it, understanding it. So now, what are the tools that you need? The processing and the tools required. So here you need to obtain the data, of course, and usually you need databases. And the common language that we use to actually access the databases and everything is actually SQL, and PostgreSQL is a database. So there is also a language, like, I wouldn't say fully a language, but it's not far from SQL. You can, if you have basic understanding of SQL, you should be able to manipulate PostgreSQL quite easily. Then the second thing is you understand. And for it, you need curiosity and questioning. And you need the whole team to be part of it. Where you get the data from, the people from there. If it is something that's related to payrolls or customers, or you just need everybody who is on that field or who is on that project to be involved. so that you can ask as many questions as you can, which is really, really important. Because then you get to know what you actually need for your process, for your work, what you actually need, what is needed and what is not needed. Curiosity is really something. If you're not curious, I don't know, it's going to be tough, because then your data might not always get ready and people will not be satisfied with your work. Please cultivate asking questions. Very, very important. Then you go to the cleaning and you need Python or R. R is out there, but people have not been in touch with it, because maybe not yet, because people claim that it's mostly into research. But the one I've been in touch with is Pandas, Python, which is a library that you can actually use to be cleaning your data, to explore it even to explore it even more, to see what you can delete, what you can rearrange, to count what you need to count, and then you explore it even further with NumPy for small calculations, not small calculations, actually tough ones, but I don't want to scare you. And then you also have Matplotlib. They are all libraries that help you do the work. And these libraries are tools. So, and you can easily work with them using Python programming language. So Python is really something really, it's really a good tool for data science. Really a good tool. And then you have to communicate the findings. And this Tableau, for instance, provides you with good visuals. Good visuals. So then you can communicate it to your client or to your boss or to whoever it is that you have to communicate your findings to. So next, who are data scientists? I know you might say, oh, maybe we should have talked about it before. No, because you need to know a bit more before you call yourself a data scientist. And if you have not started your journey yet, it's a good thing to attend such events. Then you can know if you really want to get started, because there is a lot that you can do, but you always have the chance, because I will never stop saying that you are in charge. You are in charge. So a data scientist, according to me, are individuals who leverage the power of data to make business decisions that impact lives. This is according to me. Because the data is here, out there, but you need to manipulate it to change lives. And this is what you are going to do on a daily basis. To change your business, to improve life in your business. People who collect data from employees to see, let's just say a company wants to see if it is good to invest in daycare for their female workers. So what are they going to do? Collect data, and then they bring it to data scientists, and they will explore and they will work with the tools that we just saw, and they will come up with findings that will actually impact the company in that sense. That yes, actually, it's a good thing that we invest in this, because then the women will not have to worry about their kids. They are safe, they are not far from home, they are with them. The school bus will just come and drop them at work, and they have a place where they can rest while their mothers or even fathers, while they are working, which is something that data scientists do. This is how you are going to impact as a data scientist. And this is who you are going to be. Next, how do we create the impact with this data science? You pick a role and you make your impact. You can't do everything. You have to be one of these things, at least for the beginning. And to be honest with you, as a human being, try and focus for as long as you can on one thing. If you really want to stand out, try and focus on only one thing at a time. So you have data engineers, They work on the data, where you get the data from. You have machine learning engineers. They come with the model, the model that you need for your predictions. You have the data analysts. They come up with hypotheses on how to derive meaning from the data they've got. You have business analysts. They have the business mindset of a certain industry. So they know how to communicate with clients and how to transfer that data more effectively, because they're already in the field and they really have they are really good. They already have a broad knowledge of the field already. So whenever you bring the data and you want them to, when you analyze it with them, there is actually good information coming out of it. Because then you have somebody, a data analyst who works with the data, comes up with the hypothesis, and you have the business analyst who knows the business, who knows the industry, and when they come together, the findings are just magical. And then you have the database administrator, because when you are storing your data somewhere, right? And you need somebody who knows how to access this data and how to make it as available as it can be at any moment. So yes, and these are the roles, and when you pick these roles, then you can make your impact easily. Really, just try and be one. Because I know as a beginner, you would try to be all of them. And it is normal, because the information that is out there is actually telling you that be all of them. But I will tell you from my experience, try to be one at a time. After being a data engineer, you can become an analyst. This is actually not how, there is no particular order into this. It was just randomly, because you can start from anywhere, but start from somewhere and be one of these people at a time. Now, then you must be curious to end this. We just have to understand that we must be curious and always challenging the existing. So if you are somebody who is used to spend money a certain way, and you realize that it's not effective, try and sit down, look at your expenses, look at your past data, and look at what you've gathered so far, and see. Be curious about it. How can I spend less? Or if you are the data scientist of a startup, how can my startup actually use the existing data to convince investors that they should invest in this business? Try, but always be challenging. Don't be okay with what is already existing. It is not okay. It is there for you to challenge it, because you are a scientist. At the end of the day, you are a scientist. You can call yourself a scientist because you are one. So it's really high, but we can always work. There's always room for improvement. So let's try to be open-minded and really ready to explore what is out there. So on that note, I say thank you to you all, and thank you for having me. Thank you for this stage. It's really amazing. So if you have any questions, any remarks, because I'm also here to learn. It's not because I'm the one presenting. Please, if you can challenge what I am saying, do it. Do challenge it. You can challenge it. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Audrey, for the presentation. I think it has been an awesome session. I've learned quite a lot.
As we all know, or maybe we all need a reminder, Google's mission is to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. So well that it has convinced someone like me and other people in the community to contribute, to donate their time and their knowledge and bring local context to information that Google is using and training using machine learning to make information widely accessible and free to all of us. I know some of you have already seen the video, but I want to play it. It's just 2 minutes. This video talks about
You've heard of machine
the
learning,
crowdsourced
but
program
what is it?
in machine learning.
Machine learning is a technique that allows computers to acquire skills by looking at several examples, instead of through sets of rules. Machine learning makes it easier for you to do things every day, like searching for photos of what you love, speaking to anyone in any language, and getting you exactly where you want to go, anywhere in the world. So how do machines learn? In machine learning, computers find, identify, and learn common patterns through sets of data. For example, showing a computer many images of cars teaches it how to recognize a car in any picture. The more variety of car images we show it, the better it gets at recognition. That's why your contributions to the crowdsourced app are important. They help create and verify accurate examples for computers to learn, which in turn enables features that benefit everyone. When you verify image labels, you help apps like Google Photos and Google Lens get better at classifying photos and identifying objects. When you label the sentiment of sentences, you help Google Maps and Google Play organize reviews in your language. When you verify translations, you help Google Translate make more accurate translations in your language. So your favorite apps get better for everyone, thanks to you. As part of the global crowdsourced community, you're joining contributors in your country and throughout the world to contribute millions of examples. Your responses are combined with thousands of other users' answers to determine a best response, which is called ground truth. The ground truth is fed to machine learning models that find patterns to learn specific skills, such as how to identify cars in a photo or how to translate from one language to another. What a machine learns is limited by the data it's given. If we develop an image recognition algorithm with images from only a small part of the world, it will only recognize objects from that part of the world. In order for apps like Photos to work well for everyone, we must train machines using images from every part of the world. By using crowdsource, you're representing your region, language, and opinions in training data. Thank you for being a part of the community. You've heard of machine learning, but what is it? Machine learning is a technique that allows computers to acquire skills by looking at several examples.
Okay, all right. So that's it. I know I'm trying to get this session to be as interactive as possible, but it's not going to be the way it would be if it were to be in person. So I will just go straight into it. Just as we saw in the video, having to train as many data as possible and having to feed the machine with so many information to be able to get the right and exact, correct, unbiased data for us, we need to get what? We need to contribute. And we all can attest to the fact that even if you give a 6-year-old child, they know that this photo is a photo of a pancake from any device or any image that you show them, they'll know that it's a pancake. But then if you give it to a machine too, they'll know that it's a pancake. If you give these photos to the machine, Google Photos may not be able to identify it as a jollof, as tatale or tatale or fried plantains or grilled chicken, this delicious Ghanaian delicacy. Forget the Nigerians. They will not be able to get it. The machine will not be able to get it. This is why we, people like you and I, are encouraged to come to platforms like crowdsource to label them correctly so that the machine will recognize it, so that our culture is duly represented across the web. And to solve this problem, we need to get millions of images from all around the world to train the machine learning models. So it doesn't matter whether you're using a dummy phone, a feature phone, or a smartphone, high-end smartphone, or any other digital tools. We need your photos. We need content from your perspective to be able to train the machine and get the best results. So why crowdsource? Why did I join crowdsource? I'm a local guide and I love to contribute to the web because Google is an essential tool for my line of work. And I love gamification. If you know Crado, you know that gamification is very dear to my heart. So I join, I contribute, I earn points. It makes it not so tasking. It makes it fun along the way. So I want to encourage, at this point, I want to encourage every one of us who has an Android phone. Don't worry, iOS people will come to you later. But for now, we're focusing on Android, or you're on the web. Open your Play Store, download the Crowdsource app, because you're going to have a small demo on how to contribute, and then join the ranks and become recognized contributor and get an exclusive invitation to become part of the Crowdsource community. So Crowdsource Android and mobile and web app allows users to answer quick questions in a gamified UI and help generate diverse training data. ML is machine learning. And the screens are some of the screenshots from a mobile application. You get to contribute in by verifying images. You verify whether this is a Post-it note or it's a whatever device, whatever images that you as a human, you are actually feeding the computer the right information. You can do this in your own language, or you can do this in English. It doesn't always have to be in English. You can do this in Chi, you can do this in Hausa, you can do this in Swahili, any African language that you are very good at. Another interesting part is the handwriting recognition. You would have, it's very case sensitive, so you have to follow it, else you lose some points, or you provide wrong information to the computer, to the computer. And these are various ways of how to contribute. So at this point, I'm going to show you my code, my invitation code, but I'll come back to this slide though. Okay, so this is the community. You can see that there are so many diverse people from different backgrounds, all walks of life, in Africa, in Asia, in Europe, in America, all represented in this. But one of the challenges I'm throwing out to you guys and everyone out there in the African continent is we want to have more people from the African continent contributing and be represented in a slide like this. So the challenge is on people. Yeah, so this is my invitation code. Please use this code and download the app so we can go through the demo together. Backtracking a little bit. So as you are contributing to Crowdsource, you're helping Google in so many ways. And the differences you'll be making are recommendations, localized landmark. You're helping with the Google Assistant. You're helping with localizing photos. You're helping with image recognition, smart reply in your Gmail, and smart caption when you are on Google Meet or Google Meet, or when you are using the Hello Google and all that. So you see, you're really helping out to make a difference by bringing your local perspective into the platform. This is not my session, but my session ends here, which is going straight into the demo part. The demo part is the Crowdsource by Google web app. If you have the mobile application, please follow along. Currently, I'm at level 10. Here's a fun fact. Last night, I stayed up till 1 a.m. trying to catch up to 20,000 points. But I am still shy of like less than 2,000 points. I'll catch up later. But typically, once you sign up and you go through the motions of all that, then you come and then you contribute. You can do image verification. So I am doing an image verification, and let's go for food. I love food, so let's go for food. Clearly, this photo is not food. Do you see an image of food in this? Nope. So you either press N, you press N for no, and you press Y for yes as the keyboard shortcut, or you can just use this. And if you're not sure of something, because you don't want to give the wrong information, you just skip, and then the next one will come. And this is obviously food. So it goes on and on like that. Now I'm going back to another option. This time, not image verification. Let's do facial expression. This one, this is one of the most interesting ones for me. It's not easy. I've contributed 300 and 52 points. So, oops. So I have started tagging. Obviously, this lady is laughing, right? So I need to determine what kind of emotion she's expressing. It's positive. Now, how positive? I'm choosing this. Let's see if it's correct. And I got only 1 point. This lady, what expression is on her face? So I am thinking, I'm looking at that. It's kind of neutral. So either concentration, realization, or in doubt. So let's see if I can get some. I got 1 point out of that. It goes on and on. And let me go back. Yeah, then there's the handwriting recognition. Also another one where you type. Yeah, this, I'm not sure. I think it's attitude, but in order not to provide wrong data, I will skip and then move to the next. And this looks like that. It's case sensitive, so definitely you type it, you type what you see. So then there it is, you submit. It keeps going on and on. Yeah, that's the demo. And let me just move around to the leaderboard. There's a leaderboard component. I am ranked at 1,106. And in Ghana, that's like globally, that's my ranking. I wish I'll be in the top 100, but it's not easy. Look at the top 100. The top 5. Someone has already gotten 5 million contributions. It's really intense and fun. So that's a challenge. I want us to see if we can get some Ghanaians out there who will be in the top 100. You can see the ranking. I don't see, okay, I see one Nigerian. That's very encouraging. So if a Nigerian can do it, we can do it. If Kenyan can do it, we can do it. So that's a challenge to you out there. Okay, so this is it. If you followed along or if you use the invitation code, and I will find out and I'll reach out to you if you have any challenges, if you have any questions after this session, I will reach out. You can reach out to me and we can have a conversation on how to grow the crowdsource community in Ghana. I'm going to leave the next session for Ash to continue. So Ash, over to you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Kafui. And I think you pretty much summarized the whole essence of what crowdsource is. I'll not take much time, but I will talk a bit about, what is it that we're trying to do. And if you could move to the previous slide, please.
Okay.
Thank you. So it's what Kafui said, we are combining Google's mission of organizing the world's information and making it universally accessible and useful with artificial intelligence. And none of it is possible without our community. So our global community is bringing diversity to artificial intelligence, to AI, so that it can serve everyone, everywhere. And currently, the internet does not work equally well for users in different parts of the world, depending on the language that they speak or the culture that they belong to. And we are trying to bridge that gap so that there is more equity in how the internet functions. And AI is only as good as the input that goes behind it. So through crowdsource, we're trying to solve this problem. Next slide, please. So these are just a few examples to look at the final output. So think of how if you're in a new country and you don't understand the language there, there is a signboard in, say, Russian. You can use Google Lens to scan that. You can point your camera at the signboard and it can translate it from Russian to English or to a language that you understand. So this makes life so much easier, not just for tourists, but for users with accessibility needs, or if someone doesn't know how to read or has problems with reading and understanding visual text, they can actually scan it, and Google Lens can translate it for them using text to speech. You can hear the output. So these are really cool things which make lives easier, but it's only possible if AI is trained with diverse set of inputs and diverse data. Another example is of Google Assistant. No, same slide. Another example is of Google Assistant. If is it able to talk to you in your language? Is it able to understand your accent or your local dialect? It is, I can talk about my language, Hindi. Google Assistant is available in my language, but at understanding what I'm saying, and it doesn't really work as well as it would in English. And there are so many languages that it doesn't even support. I hear that Akan, which is such a popular language in Ghana, is not on Google Translate, which is really not cool. So think of how we can get it there through our contributions. We can make the translation model work better, and then we can also get it on Google Assistant, so it will be so easier for everyone. And finally, Google Photos. Kafui shared a few photos of very delicious looking food, but is Google Photos able to recognize your local food or not? We're trying to solve all these problems through crowdsource. That's what our community is helping with. So the overall impact goes on not just to improve Google products for users in your community and users everywhere, but a lot of part of our donated images that we receive, if users consent to open sourcing them, we make them available on open source. And I'll put the link here in case you want to go through the details later, play around with the image data sets that we have open sourced so far. We plan on doing more of it, so it's a way of giving back to the community so that even other researchers and developers can work on their cool projects with diversity in mind. Next slide, please. And I do want to talk about our Africa community. It's just so amazing. I've been at Google for 4 years now, and I joined the crowdsource team earlier this year, and I've just enjoyed every day of my job because I love interacting with our community in Africa. They're really passionate about their culture, and there's so much diversity. I mean, think of Sub-Saharan Africa, there's so much diversity, but even within Ghana, there are 16 regions. I hear every region is so different. There's so many different languages. There's so many cultural nuances. There's a lot of diversity that you all are bringing, and clearly there is a gap in how the internet is working for you. I've heard that Gboard doesn't have some of the letters which are a part of your local script. It's not, again, there is a gap, and there are these different apps on Play Store that you have to install at times to type those letters. So these are the kind of problems that we're trying to solve. And our community is the overall African community is super cool, passionate, representing their culture, and a lot of them are also, they come from a developer background. Many of them got to know about crowdsource from Anidi at last DevFest. So this community really understands the importance of artificial intelligence and the importance of diverse data sets in at artificial intelligence. So I think that is at the core of it, and many of our community members love the fact that they can contribute without knowing how to code. Like, even if you know how to code, it's just so easy. Kafui did a demo, it's just so easy to contribute that you are making such a big impact, but in a very fun way. It's like playing a game, but that it's a very meaningful and impactful game. So so I love that, and we are growing in Africa to different countries. It's really amazing, the whole community here. If you could change the slide, please. Yeah, and talking about our community, it's growing, it's amazing. All of it is because of our influencers. So a huge thanks to Shadrach, who is our first influencer from Ghana, and to Kafui. And side note, Shadrach has also been introducing me to a lot of Ghana music from Ghana. Really cool tracks. I was listening to one yesterday. So thanks for that, Shadrach. But also thanks for helping us grow our presence in Ghana. He's been building the community in Ghana, there are a few more influencers who we were able to reach because of Shadrach. We have Kafui, who's recently joined as an influencer. So this is her first event, by the way. So really cool to see that happening. And our influencers, they are, like I said, the backbone of our community. They believe in the mission and they help in just spreading the word about crowdsource, the way Kafui told you about her experience and about what crowdsource does. That's what our influencers do. They help us in spreading the word, because AI or machine learning needs millions of examples to really learn. So we do need while we need diversity, we do need volumes as well. So it's good to have that representation and a stronger voice of Ghana in these contributions, which is why our influencers are so influential and impactful. And I want to share a few things with you about the influencer program in case it's something that interests you. So there, our influencers are motivated by many things. It's firstly a great way to create an impact on Google AI, another great way to network with people, build your personal brand, and unlock a lot of learning opportunities. We have a series of monthly learning sessions where we invite our influencers exclusively. We get a Googler to talk about a topic of their expertise. So we keep these things going in the community. We also have a global summit, which we plan every year. We had to cancel it and it's on hold for now, but once things get better, we'll plan it again. We invite our top influencers there, and we just do a bunch of things. We would love to invite our influencers and the community members to our local offices once things get better. So it's a very strong and nice global network that we have. And I'll just, leave you with that. And on the next slide, I want to share a few ways in which you can get involved. If any of this interests you, then the first thing that you should do is you should start contributing. You can do it on your app, you can do it on web. The tasks are a little different on both the platforms, so you can play around with both if you want, and it's fun, it's gamified, so things as you level up. Something that I want to tell you is about is our Explore ML with Crowdsource program. This is something which we recently launched, where we'll be conducting machine learning workshops later this year. Shadrach is in fact one of our facilitators for this. So if you want to sign up for a workshop, it's free, it's virtual. You could sign up and you will get a certificate as well after you complete the workshop on the basics of machine learning. I've shared the link so you can fill the form to sign up for a workshop, or if you want to become an influencer, or if you just want to learn more about crowdsource. I know we tried to cram a lot of information in one session, but there's so much more to it. So if you are interested, please do fill the form and we'll get in touch with you. And then we have I'm sharing our email address if you want to just write to us. If you have any questions, we can take some now, but later you can just write to us. Sharing our website as well if you want to read more about crowdsource, and if you want to put anything on social media, or if you want to kind of check what people are talking about us on social media, hashtag Google Crowdsource is our hashtag. So yeah, that's it from us. Do let us know if you have any questions. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Yay! Can everyone hear me and see me?
Sure, we can all see you. Charity, take over.
Hey, sorry, I got in here earlier, but I just couldn't quite work out. I didn't realize that. Actually, this is a really great platform because you can actually basically just sign in and say, hey, you are the host, and then the presentation or the platform allow you to present. So this is fantastic, actually. Let me just kind of get to the slides. So apologies for being late due to technical issues, but hopefully we're all here, yay. So let me kind of set the scene a little bit. I'm Hoi Lam. I lead the developer relations team for Android machine learning. And today I will talk about the 4 steps that you go through in order to implement machine learning in your mobile app. So here I am. And if you have any question, we might run out of time at the end. So you can just kind of send me a DM, a direct message on Twitter. My handle is Hoitab, HOITAB. Please do tell me that you're from the DevFest crowd so that I can sort out all the spam, etc. And with that, let's kick it off. So the first 2 questions that I want to maybe take a stand back on and basically ask is, what is machine learning and why should you do it on device versus in the data center? Companies like Google, and I'm sure that your company as well, have invested a lot in your data center. So should you use machine learning on the tiny device that the user have on their in their hand? So first, why machine learning? Let's kick off with an example. Let's talk about activity detection. So let's say you want to differentiate between walking and doing other activity. You might say, hey, if the movement speed is less than 4, the user is walking. And the next one, you might go, hey, put in another one and say, hey, if it is over 4, let's say it's running. And then biking, you put in another if-else statement. But then what happens if you add another activity, golfing? How would you differentiate that using speed? So in the traditional way of programming, what we do is we quite often pick what we call feature or dimension, and we try to code if-else statement using kind of human intelligence and try to differentiate between the different conditions. But in machine learning, we do something slightly different. So instead of putting rules and data in and then getting the answer out, so rules are the if-else statement in traditional programming, we instead give the machine the answer and the data and ask the machine to come up with the rules. And after that, we actually do, after the training process, we actually go back to the traditional programming and say, hey, here are the rules and here are the data, and I'll pop the answer. So in the training phase, we leverage the green box at the bottom. And then when we're running the machine learning model, we actually typically go back to the top half of this diagram in the traditional programming model, where we plug in the rules, in which case is the machine learning model we've trained. And then it will look something like this. When you feed in the accelerometer and gyroscope, the algorithm will just work it out for you and look for features that human programmers might overlook. So that's the advantage of machine learning. And so why do we want to run it on device? The first one is around privacy. So data stays on your user's device. Second is offline. If you don't have network coverage, it will still run because the model is on the user's phone. And last but not least is low latency. So you can provide ML live and change the user experience. So the user you can actually guide the user through your application instead of needing to take into account the round trip of sending an image to your data center and then coming back with the answer. And for the rest of today's talk, I would basically walk you through a typical kind of process of implementing machine learning functionality into your app. So the first thing is designing for machine learning. Second is finding a model that may be ready-made and really suitable for your need. And then if that is not suitable, building your own custom model. And if you're building a custom model, then how do you kind of integrate it into your Android application? So those are the 4 steps I'll go through. First thing is ML design. So the one resource I really want to highlight is this People plus AI guidebook that we've launched from the Google design team. It highlights the best practice of implementing machine learning that we have learned at Google. And in addition, it is really suitable not just for engineers or designers, it's also suitable for PMs, etc. And the way that we, a lot of the time we use it is during design sprints. So if you have a design sprint that is geared towards machine learning, this is your friend. You can use it to basically help you highlight problems that or opportunities within machine learning that you might not have thought about before. So use it during your design sprint is one of the top tips for this one. So once you have decided that machine learning functionality is for you and is for your app, what should you do? The next thing is try to find a model, because that is the easiest thing. You don't actually create a model, you just try to find it and use it. And with this, we have three resources. The first one is MLKit, is the Google's machine learning SDK for mobile. Second one is Android platform. The third one is TensorFlow Hub. So with MLKit, as I said, it's Google's machine learning SDK for mobile. And this is super simple. You basically use it via Java/Kotlin interfaces. There is no need for you to kind of get into the detail of how the graph work and the nitty-gritty of the inner detail. You can just use it like any other SDK. In addition, it's built on top of TensorFlow Lite, and I know that I'm from the Android developer relations team, but it also actually supports iOS as well. So the same functionality that we deliver on Android, we actually also deliver it for iOS users. So if you have cross-platform needs, this will also support it. And as of 2020, what is new is that we have separated the on-device product from Firebase, which means that you no longer need to apply for a Firebase account and to use it. All you need to do is to put in a single line like this one in your dependency, under dependency in your build Gradle, and away you go. You don't need to fiddle around with the sign-in, etc. And in addition, we have also launched new functionality, digital ink, as well as post detection. Let me run you quickly through those. So with digital ink recognition, we have added a capability where the user can draw, and then it can detect over 300 different languages, emoji, and basic shapes. And it's powered by the same algorithm as Google Keyboard or Google Translate, etc. And the advantage of using it this way versus, say, putting a static image through and recognizing that is that the strokes that the user put onto the device actually help you to decide which character comes first and which character comes second. So here I'm writing in my native Cantonese that, hey, after I wrote the first character, then the second character, then the third, then the algorithm can say that, oh, that's character 1, character 2, character 3, character 4. That makes it really easy to differentiate and also put it into a string of text afterwards. Whereas in traditional OCR or optical character recognition, many of you would have recognized that it's sometimes hard to tell which word comes after which one and which sentence come after each one if you just kind of have a static image. Next is post detection. So we have published 2 models that will give you 33 skeletal points, including facial landmarks like the eye, nose, and ears. And depending on your need on accuracy versus speed and storage, you can choose one over the other. And what we find originally, or what we thought originally, was we needed actually the third dimension in post detection to really detect a lot of the different use cases. But what we find is, for example, with counting the reps, just counting how many you have done, in this case, let's say squat, it's actually quite easy to do by just measuring the 2D distance between joints. And the way that we would suggest you do it is by, first of all, just having a look at just the distance between 2 points. So let's say the knee, the bottom of the knee, and your kneecap, and measure that. And if that doesn't give you what you need, then maybe you take into account the thigh. So basically adding more and more joints. And we find that for a wide range of activity, we can detect that, or we can count it pretty easily by using 2 up to 4 joints, or 2 points, or up to 4 points, or I guess 3 joints, 3 kind of distances. And you can detect quite a wide range of exercises. And this runs fully on device and is offered at no cost, just like all the other MLKit functionality that are running on device. So to find out more, go to this link, g.co/MLKit. Next, Android platform. And this is something that I have demonstrated a number of times before, so I'll just run very quickly over it, and it is related to speech. So more than 10 years ago, we launched text-to-speech. So this is something that is supported by the Android platform. And in addition, speech recognition is also supported back from API level 8. So this should be something that is on your user's device. And if you want to find out more about how to implement it, have a look at my talk at Google I/O last year. What's new in Android machine learning? But before we go, I just want to highlight one more thing, which is the wide range of languages that it supports. So I come from Hong Kong, so we speak Cantonese in Hong Kong, which is not the same as the mainstream language in mainland China, which is Mandarin. And yet the Android speech system actually supports that. So if you have a language, then please do try it out and see whether the code works, and let us know how well or not well it worked in your particular use case. But if you have a speech requirement, the first thing I'll do is to just try and see whether the platform covers it, because it's actually quite hard to train and get enough samples to do this properly. So have a look. Last but not least, in terms of finding model, is a resource at TF Hub. So TF Hub is a large repository of TensorFlow model from both Google as well as a wider research community. And for mobile developers, you should really click on this link on the side called TF Lite. So TF Lite is a model format that is optimized for both mobile as well as IoT devices, Internet of Things devices. And if you click on it, then the whole site is filtered with a list of compatible models. So you can look through it, etc. But the typical way that I will use this site is actually click on the top and just search through your use case and see whether your model, a model appears for that. And just want to give you a quick update for this year. There are a number of models that we have uploaded from Google. These are really large models that are we thought maybe not capable of running on device because performance reasons, and second is because of the size. But actually, the research team have now shrunk it to a size that is possible. It's still relatively large by mobile standard. But at least it could be something that is conceivable. It's no longer kind of multiple gigabyte. For example, with the US supermarket goods, it's now 37 megabyte. So still large, but not impossible in the mobile context. For wine label, detecting over 400,000 different classes, that model is about 140 megabytes. So again, relatively large, but not impossible in the mobile context. To find out more, go to the Google AI blog, and there are more details. So those are the three places if you just want to try to find a model and use it in a ready kind of made format. So MLKit and the Android platform for speech-related functionality, and then for TensorFlow Hub for Google and third-party models. So if that doesn't suit you, what should you do in terms of training a model? Here, I want to highlight two different products. So one is Firebase ML. The other one is the TensorFlow Lite model maker. So with Firebase ML, as many of you know, we've launched a graphical user interface product whereby you can just upload your photo data set alongside the model. You click on train, and then out pops a model that you can download and integrate into your Android app, or alternatively ask MLKit or ask Firebase ML to host it for you. And the tools look something like this. You could just kind of click through and upload the photos, and then just click on train model. And after a while, you come back and the model will be there for you. So that's the super simple way if you want to if you want to do your own kind of image classifier. The next new tooling that we have launched is TensorFlow Lite Model Maker. So for people that want a little bit more control or maybe kind of a wider set of use cases, you can go to the tutorial site for TensorFlow. And here there are a number of different ways that you could basically run the TF Lite Model Maker or the different use cases, etc. So to begin with, of course, image classification. This is basically the basic. It does similar things to other image classification trainers, etc. But the thing that is really interesting is in the other section. So for example, we now have a script to train question and answer sessions. Here you can essentially either use the generic Q&A model that you get from TensorFlow Hub, which has been trained using Wikipedia. But if your domain is very different, let's say you work on a particular domain of engineering and you have your own way of answering questions, or maybe the default model doesn't work that well, you can actually use this script to customize the model for your domain. And the source data that you should provide looks something like this. So you supply, let's say, a paragraph of text from within your domain, and then at the bottom you ask a question and then give the model the answer. Basically, you have a lot of those, and then run through the training process. Then you can get a customized model just for your domain. So just want to highlight on Firebase ML, very simple way of training your image classifier. On the TF Lite model maker, you have a wider range of offering in terms of different types of model that you can train, including question and answer. So after you've trained your model, how do you put it into your Android app? And here I want to highlight three offerings. First one, MLKit again. Second one is a new task library that we've just launched last month in experimental, TF Lite task library. And last but not least, something that have gone to production from beta this week is the Android Studio 4.1, hot off the press. So with MLKit, last year when we, or before when we launched it, two of the functions, image labeling and object detection and tracking, are hugely popular. But at the same time, the developer comes back to us and say, hey, it would be great if I can just plug in my own custom model instead of using the generic Google model, because it might not suit me. And you might ask, hey, why could there be, and what are the different use cases that could apply to? So let's take object detection and tracking as an example. So by default, the object detection and tracking API actually differentiate between these 5 different categories. So if you're working on home goods, let's say furniture, or fashion goods, like shirts and trousers, then you could actually use the default model to differentiate between the different objects so that you don't pick up objects that is irrelevant for your use case. At the same time, what we find is 2 things. So one is that some use cases go beyond these 5 categories. Hey, who knows? The world is much larger than these 5 categories. So if you have that use case, you might want to train your own classifier and put it into here so that you can filter out just for your own use case. The second thing is, if your brand have very distinctive design, then maybe the model doesn't pick it up. If you have a super fashionable dress and your own distinctive design, that's maybe something that the algorithm is not that great at picking out. And in those cases, you might want to train your own algorithm, or you want to train your own model and plug it into this pipeline to help you run it. And how do you do this? It's actually very simple. So starting from the top, you specify the custom model that you have trained, and then you add it into the detector option object. And then lastly, when you initiate an object detector, you just put that option object in. It's really that simple. And then after that, you just use it like an normal object detection API. Next, TF Lite task library. Sorry for running through this at pace, because there's so much to cover in this landscape. So with TF Lite task library, we have gone a little bit kind of beyond the traditional image processing set. As you can see, we have also got image segmentation, text classification, and question and answer. In addition to supporting Java/Kotlin, it also supports things like C++. At the moment, though, it only supports CPU single-threaded. So if you have a multi-thread use case, or if you want to accelerate your model, it is currently not possible, although the team is working on it. And last but not least, it is currently in lightly built. So if you want to use it in a production app, then I really recommend that you download a cache version of the TF-Lite task library, test it fairly for your own use case, and then use that cache version just in case we, let's say, break the next lightly build, because it is in the experimental kind of phase. So, just like any ML journey, you start with the image classifier. So we do have one where you build an option object and you create a classifier. But we also support the newer kind of use cases like BERT question and answer. And here you can plug in either your own training model or the generic model that has been trained on Wikipedia articles. So try it out and let us know what you think. With Android Studio 4.1 that have launched this week into production, we have a new functionality called ML model binding, and it is to solve a problem like this one. So 2 years ago, when I went to a conference, I wanted to train a model called Hoy or Not, and I run into a huge amount of problem because there's a lot of boilerplate code to be done. Because at that time, the TF-Lite interpreter only accepts a byte array being input and output. So I need to do a lot of work to basically convert back and forth things that are type object into byte array and then vice versa. And these are the real life kind of error that I get when I get some of it wrong. So I thought, hey, maybe we can do something better. And the two teams, the TensorFlow team and the Android team, come together and say, yes, we can do this. So what we have done subsequently is we have added metadata into the TF-Lite file format. And for files, for models that have those metadata, it is now a lot easier to use in Android Studio, starting from 4.1. So in the new world, all you need to do is this. You right-click on the module where you want to add the model, and then you click New, Other, and TensorFlow Lite Model. The next thing that you'll see is this import dialog where you can specify where your model is and basically click to add the dependency into your build.gradle file. You don't even need to touch it, and then click Finish. It'll take a couple of seconds after that, but then after you will see a screen like this where it will describe the input and output of the model. In addition, something that's super useful, I know it's really boring, is the license line so that you can see the precise kind of licensing condition that a lot of these open source model comes with, and it will help you kind of clear the model from your legal team, for example. And the most exciting section of this screen for me is down the bottom, where we have a ready-made kind of sample code that you can just copy and paste and put it into your app and use. So please do check it out. And if you have any problem, just DM me and let us know how we get on. And you can download it from developer.android.com/studio. So a lot of you might get a little bit confused. I was certainly confused when I look at a lot of these things for the first time, because some of the functionality do overlap. So if we look at what the different offerings kind of provide and what functions they serve, some of them do overlap, and you might want to say to yourself, hey, how do I choose between the different product offering? So there are three high-level considerations, and I'll also go into two more subtle kind of detailed differences. So the first one is around production readiness. So from the one side, we have the TF-Lite interpreter and ML kit, which has been in production essentially for years. On the other side, we have the TF-Lite task library, which is running on nightly build. So choose which one you want in terms of production readiness is one way to look at this. Another one is C++ support. I know that a lot of you will be using Java/Kotlin, in which case it doesn't really matter. But for those of you that are coding in the C++ layer, then only the TF-Lite task library and the TF-Lite interpreter support C++. So that may limit the option a little bit. And finally, if your model requires hardware acceleration, then ML model binding or the TF-Lite interpreter are your friends. We are working on hardware accelerations for the other product, but it is not there yet. So stay tuned. And the two more subtle kind of use cases I want to go through. The first one is the differences between image classification and object detection, because both those, if you think about it, it can look fairly similar. You point the camera at an image, and it gives you a category and a probability back. And in this case, if you have a scene for image classification / labeling, then that may be the best way because it takes up the entire image. So let's say you have a landmark that you want to classify, or a scene where you want to differentiate between a forest or indoor space or urban versus rural. Image classification and labeling is great because it's taken into account the whole image. On the other hand, if you have, let's say you're in a supermarket or a store where there are a number of different goods right next to each other, in order for the detection to be done correctly, because the user might not want to have a look at the entire shelf, but just look at a particular product, then you would like to use, then you should really consider kind of object detection and tracking to really narrow down the search space and just say, hey, this is the part of the image that I want to classify on, and then give me a classification based on just that object. So that's where it becomes useful. So choose it appropriately depending on your use case. Next is that within object detection, there are actually two ways to do this. One is the ML-Kit way, which is to have a very generic object detector. Then after it detected an object, it does two things. One is to send that part of the image to a custom image classifier. So that's one. And then the second thing is it runs a tracker for that object. So that tracker doesn't know what the object is. It just tracks the object in between frames. And what that means is it basically do the detection very rarely. So once it located an object and it successfully track it, then it doesn't actually do the object detection again. So this is great for low power devices. On the other hand, you have the custom single shot detector, which is what is run in ML model binding or the TF-Lite task library, where it do the detection on every single frame. So this has the advantage of basically feeding you live kind of probability in between frames, but then at the same time, it is very, very taxing on the processor. So I would recommend that you only use it in a more asynchronous kind of basis. Things like, let's say you have an image that you want to help the user to tag, then maybe something like the single shot detector is fine. So coming back, there is a large array of tooling for the different use cases, etc. So hopefully those tips I gave you would help. And the 4-step of machine learning, from design to finding a model, to building a model, to implementing it, there's a wide range of tools. Please do check it out. And if you want a written up kind of summary of a lot of these, you can go to this link, is Google/MLRep. And with that, thank you. I don't know if we have enough time. And if we don't, you can always DM me at HoyTap. Just give me the contacts that you've seen my talk at DevFest, and I will try my best to come back to you.
Thank you very much, Hoy. That was a very interesting presentation.
Thank you.
There is a question in the chat.
Right.
Okay. So he was asking if TensorFlow Lit is available for Flutter.
Sorry, say again. I heard it's available on Flutter. I can't quite hear what is available.
Okay. Sorry, I'm repeating it.
No worries.
The question was, is TensorFlow Lit available in Flutter?
Actually, I don't know. I don't know Flutter very well, but I can come back to you. I can find out. DM me on Twitter.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Hi, participants. Are there more questions that need to be addressed? Someone is asking about iOS.
iOS. As I said, the ML-Kit supports iOS, and actually so does TensorFlow Lite. So you can actually run TensorFlow Lite model on iOS, and that's the way that Google actually kind of program for multi-platform. In our product offering is that we actually put our model into TensorFlow Lite and then run it on both platforms.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you. Questions? I have not tried machine learning with Android before, so I'm kind of a newbie. I want to ask a question. It might be in a way, but let me just ask. Can you create characters with machine learning and kind of form your own language?
Sorry, can you create what?
Is it possible to create characters, like form your own alphabets?
I don't quite understand the answer. You mean like language translation or?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess it is possible on TensorFlow to do that. I'm just trying to think what will be the process that I go through. Yeah, we do not have a ready-made tool for training for that on device. I think Google Cloud does have offerings for translation and also training your own translator in the cloud. So that's one. If you are thinking about translation task on device, the only thing I can think of is the MLKit Translate offering, which is the same offline translation model that we use for Google Translate.
Oh, okay. So it means that even if the language does not exist as a model already, you can create your own model and then define the characters and then use it, or for the translation.
Oh, so for a new language, you can if you have essentially both basically a test set of languages, and maybe one of the things that you can check out is an app by Google called Crowdsource. And in it, there are multiple categories where we're crowdsourcing data for machine learning tasks. And two of them, one is for Translate, where it will give you the a phrase in one language and ask the user to translate it and give it the equivalent in another language. Alternatively, there is another section which is called validation. So it has basically essentially the sentence in both language, and then ask the user whether that is a good translation or not. And if you are kind of training your own translate model, in terms of the task of data collection, that will be something that I'll refer to. But as to how you actually come to kind of build your own custom translation model, that is a much bigger problem and a specialism that I don't really know that well.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Joey is asking about software you will recommend for a novice beginner to be abreast with ML.
So I would highlight maybe two things. So if it is for your work, then I would start with actually the People vs. AI guidebook to really try to get to high value kind of ML tasks for your particular app. So that's basically for work. And then in terms of for play or for study, then I would recommend following someone like Lawrence Maroney, who's one of my colleagues at TensorFlow. He has a number of courses on Coursera that basically runs the basic machine learning kind of discipline through from what I thought was quite an interesting angle, which is from a developer's angle. A lot of the other courses focus it on more like the mathematics or a scientist type angle, but his course is kind of focusing more on on the machine learning kind of domain from a developer kind of angle.
Great. Awesome. Let me just turn on my camera. All right. Hi, everyone. It is very early here, but I am here to talk. So I'm going to share my screen as well, and then we can chat. All right. So like Patience said, this talk is about migrating your app to Flutter. And so the whole point of this talk is to, you may or may not know Flutter already. It's totally fine. It doesn't matter. But the whole idea behind this talk comes from a client that reached out to me about 6 months ago and said, we want you to port our Android and iOS app to Flutter, and we want you to do it very, very fast, right? We don't have time for a full rewrite that's going to take, 6-7 months. We want you to do this in 2 months. And so, I went through this like discovery phase of, till now I've just been writing Flutter apps from scratch. So the idea was, how do I actually migrate an app very quickly while making sure that we don't get trapped in this inevitable, long running rewrite? And so that's where this idea of this talk comes from. So like Patience said, I'm a Google developer expert. I've co-founded a couple companies, and I'm a CTO at a consulting company. So, before we talk about that, I want to talk to you about where Flutter came from and the story behind Flutter, right? And Flutter's original goal is and continues to be so, is to build cross-platform apps very quickly. And so if you go back about 4 or 5 years ago, Flutter wasn't around. And what was around was a language called Dart. And Dart was this very niche but popular language inside a small community that was trying to build a better JavaScript for the web, right? A better web language. What happened, unfortunately, was it got a lot of bad PR by the Hacker News community and a bunch of other communities saying that you can't replace JavaScript. And Google also made some missteps. And so Dart was kind of fading away. And so internally, the Dart team was trying to figure out what can we do to make Dart, Dart is a great language. We can't let it go to waste. And so there's a good, healthy community around it, but it also wasn't this explosive universal language. And so in parallel, there was another team, and this team was trying to problem solve at Google, where they kept running into an issue. Whenever they had to build a Android and iOS app at Google, they had to build it twice, right? So each time they're like, well, hey developers, can you build this? And developers are like, yeah, it's going to take 3 weeks for iOS and another 6 weeks for Android, or vice versa. And so Google was getting frustrated. How can we move faster, right? And so Google started to think about, well, we've learned so much about developing mobile apps in the past 10 years. How can we apply those lessons and build a good cross-platform framework? And the idea is not new. If you really conceptually think about what Flutter is not a new idea. Flutter really, if you were around in the 1990s, not even 1990s, say 2000s, if you were on the computer into 2000s, you might have used something called Flash Player, right? And that's what Flutter really is. It's nothing more than the concept that there is a rendering engine that runs on all the different platforms, and you write code once, and it's up to the rendering engine to draw that on the screen. But in the case of Flash Player, it was actually Flash Player. You wrote ActionScript, and it doesn't matter where you were, on Windows or Mac at that time, or Linux, your code ran. And so using that concept, Google said, great, let's make a rendering engine. And on this rendering engine, let's draw some pixels. Now, Google had another big task at hand. Making a rendering engine is not easy. And so luckily, Google found this rendering engine inside of Google called Google Chrome, right? And I don't mean Chrome as in what we're using right now, but if you strip out JavaScript HTML, CSS, everything away from Chrome, you're left with a rendering engine that draws pixels to the screen. And that rendering engine already works on Android, iOS, Windows, Mac, Chromebook, everywhere. So they say, okay, well, if we have a rendering engine that works everywhere, can we take that, build some stuff on top of it, and then write some code that can draw that to the screen? And really, that's where the idea of a Flutter came from. And then they had to find a language, and they realized, they started asking around. They asked teams at Google, they said, what language are you using? And one of the most important teams at Google, which is the Google AdWords team, said, we're using Dart, right? We enjoy using Dart because it's making us develop applications really fast. And so Google started to look at Dart, and Google said, all right, the rendering team started to look at Dart, and the rendering team said, yeah, this is a great language for our rendering engine, right? And so through various things, Flutter was born. And so that's really where Flutter comes from. And what Flutter lets you do, if you look at the architecture stack here, right? What Flutter really lets you do is not worry about where your application is running. You can just write all your code in Dart. Now, if you don't know what Dart is a very, very, very simple language. Dart is, if you know JavaScript, if you know Java, then you already know Dart, more or less. And so they took Dart, and you write code in Dart. You can write material apps. You can write your code, and your application will look like a material design app, or you can have an application that looks like an iOS app, or you can have your application look as custom as you want by just designing the widgets yourself, right? Skinning the widgets, that's the word I was looking for. And so Dart gives you all this flexibility, and you don't have to worry about, is my app going to run fine on Android? Is my app going to run fine on iOS? It just works. And so this team reached out to me, and actually before that, so Flutter says it's 60 frames per second, and it's going to run natively on Android and iOS. Soon it will run really natively on web as well as Mac and Windows, right? It's the same idea of a rendering engine. Wherever that rendering engine can run, that's where Flutter can run. And Flutter is based on these three principles: fast, beautiful, natural. And so fast means 60 frames per second. Beautiful, subjective, but material design, Cupertino design, or whatever design you want. And natural is the more interesting one, right? Natural means that doesn't matter which operating system you're running your Flutter app on, it will behave like it's built for that operating system. So on iOS, if you go to iOS, it will, what happened here? Okay, if you go to iOS and you scroll your iOS app, if you go to iOS and you deploy your Flutter app on iOS and you scroll it, it's going to bounce, right? On Android, it won't bounce. It will just get stuck at the bottom. And so that's Flutter. You don't have to think about how your application is going to behave, the physics of the platform. It just runs. And so this team reached out to me, and they said, all right, Basil, we want you to build our app. We only have 2 months. We're going to hit a sale, blah, blah, blah. Can you do it in React Native? And I said, no, I don't want to do it in React Native. Here's all the issues, but I'll do it in Flutter. And they said, okay, well, as long as you can do it in 2 months, Flutter's fine. And so I said, all right, I'm going to take their massive Android and iOS app, 2 different apps, both with almost 1 million users combined, right? Or a bit less than 1 million combined. And that makes them almost, I don't know, I think $10,000, $20,000 a day, right? It's a very popular app. And how do I convert this now? So I basically followed these steps. Number 1, I audited my code base, and I'll tell you what that means. Then I created plugins. I handled user migration. I handled screen migration, and I did the UI last. So I did the top 4 things for the first 3 weeks, right? I didn't even touch the UI. Right now, you might go, well, we're supposed to be building an app. Where's the UI? But the UI really, building UI in Flutter is very, very easy. Why? Because Flutter has spent applied 10 years of learning on how to build UI, right? Flutter comes with components that it would take days on Android to build. Flutter has it built in, or it's very easy to build. And so I knew the UI I could do at the end. I don't have to worry about it. But the things that I had to worry about were the massive amounts of code that exists, right? The business logic on Android and iOS. I don't want to rewrite all that business logic on in Dart. You would run into a lot of issues, and I would have to write unit tests. I have to rewrite those unit tests in Dart because there's unit tests on Android. I had to tell the team to test it all out. Super complicated. So I came up with the solutions, right? Before that, I audited the code base, and this is very important. When you're building out your Flutter app, you're reporting your Android or iOS app, you must go through your entire libraries, databases you use, and see if those are supported in Flutter. Chances are 9 out of 10 times they are supported. However, you might run into some esoteric databases that Flutter just does not support, right? And you will have to do some more manual work to get it to support it. And so make sure of that. Specific OS requirements. Here in North America, most developers, most people have Android 8 or Android 9, iOS 12, right? In some other parts of the world, like India, you have Android 3 still running. So is this app going to run on Android 3 or Android 2 or different versions of Android that Flutter does not support? Flutter, I believe, supports anywhere from 4.1 and up. So if you're going for super low-end phones, maybe building a Flutter app is not the right thing. And then also talk to stakeholders about future roadmap. This is just so about architecture and how you can plan it out. In this case, in the future, they want a NFC feature, right? So I thought about that and I said, okay, if they want an NFC feature, I'm going to build around that so I can place that in very easily. So I think this is the simplest part. Really, this will probably take you a day just to make sure everything looks good. The second part is the most complicated part, and this took me at least a good 2 weeks. The idea was I don't want to rewrite business logic, like I said. So how can I use Kotlin and Objective-C code or Swift code that was already written and utilize it in Flutter? And so this app had tons and tons of business logic there, and I don't want to rewrite that. So with Flutter, you have the ability to call Kotlin and Kotlin code like on Java, on Android, and code that's running on iOS, whether it's Swift or Objective-C, right? You have the ability to call that code. And so what I did was I started to extract that code from the Android and iOS apps, and I built a plugin. And a plugin, like I said, it lets you call code in. And what's great about it is it's like a message bus feature, right? So in your Dart, in your Flutter code, you say, hey, Kotlin, can you please run this function for me? And then Kotlin gets that message and Kotlin runs it. I can say, hey, Swift, can you please run this function for me? And Swift will run it. So by doing this, I saved on so much time that I would have spent trying to rewrite all that code, making sure that I got the tricky business logic right. And I saved myself months by just creating a plugin. Next, I also said, okay, this app supports Apple Pay, Google Pay. Do I need to create those as plugins? No, because those plugins already exist on Flutter. I can go to Pub, which is where all Flutter apps, all Flutter plugins are, and I downloaded a Google Pay plugin, I downloaded an iOS Pay plugin. And so plugins are probably the best thing you can do. Next, this is very important, user migration. Now, on Android and iOS, you're using something like Core Data, or you're using SQLite, right? Flutter, you can still use those, nothing's stopping you, but you need to use a plugin, right? Or you need to use a library that's already built in. The problem with that I ran into, now this could be a problem that you might not run into, was the data structure that the way these apps had was very complicated, and it wasn't easy for me to just quickly port over. So what I did was I created this migration script, and I said, okay, for the first time when the app launches, I'm going to call a method on Kotlin and on Java on Swift, and I'm going to tell this method to extract all the database and send it back to Flutter in like a JSON format. And Flutter is now going to store it in its own database, which I was using a system called Hive, right? And so I would take all that data, I would put it into Hive, and now I'm able to access data directly inside my Flutter app without having to go through the bridge to the native world and asking Kotlin and Swift. So this, helped me manage my code better, but also when a user upgrades to their Flutter app, when the user finally gets an update saying, hey, this new version of the app, they don't automatically or accidentally, get logged out, which the client did not want. So keep that in mind, definitely. Oops. Okay. Next, analytics migration. This is super complicated, and this is something that goes back to talking to your stakeholders by auditing your code base, right? The issue with this is the way Android and iOS apps are architected at a screen level, right? So if you think about an Android or iOS app, you have activities or UI view controllers. You click on something, it moves to a new activity or a new fragment, or even a view pager. And Flutter doesn't work that way. Flutter doesn't have a concept of activities or view pages or whatever, right? They have their own different concepts. And so visually, the flow might look exactly the same, but the way you implement it is very different. And so when you add analytics, a lot of times what happens is analytic tools are tracking activities or fragments or like just the flow. And so to give you an example, what happened was the client wanted, and this happened after launch, right? And I had to go back and fix it, where the client wanted a way to track, the client was actually tracking away from going from the checkout screen, the product listing screen, all the way to the checkout screen. And on Android, this was done in 3 fragments. And so they had this analytics that triggered fragment 1, fragment 2, fragment 3 purchase. On Flutter app, I just had it as just like a component that can hide screens, and it's called a view pager, I believe. And so it wasn't switching screens. And so what happened was suddenly all their analytics started to drop. And they thought that the Flutter app is causing issues, but their sales were still going, right? It was still tracking sales. So they were confused. At first they said, well, no one's converting now, there's an issue. But then their sales were always high. And so we realized that the analytics was off. And that's because it was completely broken because it wasn't tracking the screens properly. And so when that happened, I went back and I redid the analytics to make sure that it works fine. And yeah, so point is, make sure that your analytics story, if the app is existing and the clients, keep track of analytics, make sure you track analytics properly. I had to go back and I had to manually add those events in and match them up to actually get it working again. Lastly, do the UI last. Almost every UI can be built in Flutter. UI is not your bottleneck here. But take this time to talk to your designer. What's great is you'll find that designers have made a lot of compromises on Android and iOS because of things that you cannot do. But with Flutter, you can do these things. And so while you have 3 weeks of like doing all the other things I told you, tell your designer, hey designer, you have 3 weeks, any tweaks, any modifications you want to make, anything that was on your wish list, design it for me, right? Or tweak it in the design so I can implement it. Any animations, all that stuff. So in this case, we did the exact same thing. I told the designer, I said, hey designer, can you, think about the animation that you wanted and what you wanted to do with this app. And so 3 weeks later, when I got the designs back, the app looked the same, but there were subtle changes in it that made the app behave and just like feel a lot different. Color changes, animations, all that stuff. So it's a good opportunity to have that done there. Now, this is probably the more interesting part of deploying your app, right? Once you deploy it, I recommend you deploy it slowly, preferably on Android first. iOS, the approval takes a while. So you don't want to iterate on a lot of these issues that you might run into on iOS. If you have plugins and you've made plugins and you're still gonna have, you can still have iOS specific issues, right? Maybe your Swift code is crashing, but at least you won't run into any Flutter specific problems, right? By rolling it on Android slowly, quickly testing it. Oh wow, it got morning behind me. By quickly testing it, you can make sure that your application is not breaking. Once you're confident in your Android and your Flutter release, then you can say, all right, I'm going to now push it out to iOS. But pay super close attention to Crashlytics, right? Install Crashlytics right away. Crashlytics will tell you when your application starts to crash and issues are arising. So this is very key when you're rolling out an application. All right, so you're an Android developer. You want to learn how to do Flutter. Check out this doc. Just search up Flutter for Android developers on Google, and you will find this. It will explains to you how, if you're an Android developer, how to take the same concepts and move it over to Flutter. If you're an iOS developer, you can do the exact same thing. You know, iOS concept, how do they apply to Flutter? If you're a web developer, though, while this documentation is good, it's not one-to-one. You know, Flutter is a mobile app framework. It's not a web framework per se. And so the concepts don't translate one-to-one. However, if you're a web developer still, I urge you to check this out because it does have some interesting ideas on how to design Flutter apps, you know, by using your HTML concepts. So with that, I want to leave it up to questions. I know a couple of you messaged me, so I will answer that question that Nathan asked. But aside from that, yeah, if you have questions, please message me and I will answer them. So one question by Suma was, I'm totally new to Flutter. Any recommendations for me? Yeah, you know, I recommend you go to flutter.io or flutter.dev, right? So let me go there. Flutter.dev. And this, you know, typically when you go to like websites, you know, there's tutorials and stuff on other sites, but Flutter has spent a lot of time writing good documentation, right? So I do urge you to click on docs and click samples and tutorials and click on the code labs, right? And follow this one, write your first Flutter app part 1, right? This will help you a lot in understanding how Flutter works and just the concepts of Flutter. The thing I would say is Flutter, it's very easy to get started, a bit hard to master, but that's okay. It's easy to get started, which means that you're 80% of the way there. Don't try to perfect it. Just keep building the application, get it out there, you know, have people crash on it, fix those bugs and learn as you go. I recommend you don't spend like 3 months watching some video tutorials and then build your first app. I think that's a waste of time. You know, I've always just had kind of like taken an app, taken a concept, and I said, okay, I'm going to start coding in it and see what happens, and I learn as I go.
Started. I hope you're able to see my screen. Okay. Thank you for organizing this event and hope you guys are all doing safe, and let's see what web can do today. Web can do that. Really, let's see what are all the capabilities of web. Some of them you might be aware and some of them that you might have missed. And I'm Hemant. I'm a member of technical staff at PayPal here in San Jose, US, and I'm a Google developer expert in web and payment technologies. And you can follow me on @Gnuman on Twitter. Let's go back in history. The year was 2007. It was 18 days before the iPhone was shipped, and Steve Jobs was talking about this platform which had Web 2.0 and Ajax, and could integrate well with iPhone services, and it had instant distribution, easy to update, and was secure, and also sandbox. And this was nothing but the browser. Yes, Steve Jobs had a dream of having browser as the open platform where developers could develop and share applications. But then parallelly, the App Store happened, where the native revolution started, and Apple started offering platforms where you could develop native iOS applications and distribute it amongst everyone. And people did see that a lot of traction in it, and there was a lot of profit margins within the app stores. And many other companies started emulating app stores. We had Google Play Store, Windows Store, and Amazon apps and likes. And most of them started going app only, and they had their websites which said, hey, go and install this app as soon as you landed on their website. But meanwhile, these two gentlemen at Google and few of their friends from Microsoft and other Samsung started kind of visualizing how the next version of web could be. And that's when the progressive web apps came into picture. I'm sure by now most of you would be aware of what progressive web apps are. Simply put, progressive web apps are web apps that progresses themselves to native look and feeling like applications, and all of it is coded in web technologies. Here is a quick peek into how the progressive web apps would look like, where you have an app installment banner, and you could launch from the home screen, and you have a splash screen. It works offline, so it kind of behaves like a native app. And there is a lot of success stories about progressive web apps, like Twitter, Alibaba, or Flipkart, one of the India's e-commerce websites, which saw a lot of improvements made be in user engagement or performance or conversion, right? So the numbers were speaking it loud and clear that progressive web app was really a success story. And later on, we got support into iOS, and this is an early example of Starbucks with their progressive web app, where you could add it to their home screen and order stuff from Starbucks. Yeah, and that's it. That was progressive web app, and that's all we have. Is it? Not really. Welcome. Welcome to the Jurassic Park. The Jurassic Park of features that you might have missed in web. This, of course, is a manifest JSON, and I'm sure most of you would have seen and written your own manifest. And let's have this talk to be interactive. So whoever has the ability to unmute could just unmute apart from moderators, and we can have questions and as we go and interact. So today, manifest JSON has these attributes where you can mention about your app orientation, or provide a short name, or icons and categories and things like that, which you might have seen, like theme color being one of the prominent ones. But in the bleeding edge features, we have request on install. You might have applications which the user have installed on their device. It's a progressive web app, and sometimes you have use cases where the web app should run as soon as you start your device. So if you have this attribute request on install to say run on startup within your manifest JSON, you can look for the permissions and say, hey, query for run on OS login, and you get the permission, and you could add an event listener to see what really happened on the permission. Did the user provide a permission for the application to start when the device starts? And that's how the the web application would behave. So isn't it a cool feature that you create a progressive web app that can start by itself when the device starts? And of course, you would have seen the install banner for progressive web apps on your desktops and mobile devices. But there are a few use cases where you want to know what the user did on click, and sometimes you need to show your own banner which the user might click and install the progressive web app. For that, we have this before install prompt, a listener which you can attach on the window, And what you could do is you could defer the prompt that shows, hey, this is how it needs to be installed. And you have total control on, suppose you have a div on which the user clicks and says, hey, click here to install this progressive web app onto your device. You could totally control that by just using this event. Here's another example of the same, where you have a button to install, and when the user clicks on that button, you can defer the prompt, and then you can take that prompt event and say prompt to show the install prompt, and then you could look for what the user did on the user choice. Did they really install it, or they skipped it, or you could know stats. You could probably take that stats and pass on that results to your analytics and things like that. And also it can be useful to know if the user really has installed that app successfully. For that, we have this event listener called app installed, and that's where you can do all of your analytics. If you have installed a progressive web app on your device, you would have probably seen this. This kind of a white background around your favorite icon that is on your device. Say you open up jsfeatures.in and you say add to home screen, and you would have probably seen that there is kind of a white background across the favorite icon image that's on your device's homepage or on your desktop, right? So this new proposal said, hey, we can mask the icon colors entirely instead of having circles. So rather than having this white kind of circle around the icon, we can mask it with the prominent color. And this feature has already been shipped, and you must be seeing it in latest Chrome browsers. And these were the issues that were created requesting such feature changes. And using Maskable App Editor, you can create such icons for yourself for your progressive web apps. This is an interesting feature too. If you are used to a lot of apps, native apps, which shows notification, you would have definitely seen something like this on your native app, which shows you the count of that notification this application has. And this is kind of a badging for app icons. And today it is possible for you to do the same with web applications. Here's a quick example where you can say navigator.set app badge with the unread count. And if there's an error, you could just do a catch on it. Or also you can clear the badge, saying if the user clicked on notification and viewed it, you can also clear the app badge. So in this case, if unread count is 24, and when you do a set app badge, you'll be seeing the number 24 next to the app as an app badge. This is definitely a cool feature if your application is more into social media and things like that, or if you're constantly showing relevant notifications and you want to just show a count on how many unread notifications the user has. It's a really intuitive and a cool feature to have for your web applications. And most of you would have seen and experienced the push notifications. Here's a quick example of a push notification. And it got cooler when you could do an inline action to kind of replay on the push notification, and you could also add images and custom messages. Here's a quick example how you could do it from your service worker. So you could do navigator.serviceworker ready, and you could on the service worker say show notification with your message and have body and actions. In this case, action was reply, and you could say have a placeholder, in this case saying respond to Hemant. And if you aren't aware of what service worker is, you could think of service worker as a proxy that's sitting between the browser and the network, and which gives you capabilities to control the network rather than the network controlling you, right? So as a developer, you have total control on caching and when to serve and what to serve and all of it. But things get interesting, more interesting. So here's the notification triggers demo. What basically notification triggers does is you can schedule a notification. say for example, your application has some time series based action. As a simple thing, it might be send me a reminder after 1 hour that I need to drink some water, maybe, right? And you could do that pretty easily within your service worker by getting registration, and on registration you say show notification. Pretty simple with the tag and body notification. But show trigger is where you can create a new timestamp trigger with whatever timestamp you want, in this case for 30 seconds. And let's see a quick demo on how this behaves. Let me send a notification for 2 seconds and 3 seconds. And we can see all the list of notification and that's been sent, and you could see the notification arrived here with the timestamp, and I could just dismiss it, right? And that's how the notification trigger works, and this is like a super cool feature indeed. Here's an example of a feature called background sync, and which has been here for a few years already. And let's see a quick example. In this case, on the left side, there are some smiley emojis that's been sent, and on the right side it appears. Both of the entities are online, so nothing great about it. But now it gets interesting, where on the left side we go ahead to the networks panel and we go to the airplane mode. Thereby we are completely offline and not on the hook. But still, we could go ahead and type some messages and send a few emojis. This is more like an emoji chat, emoji, where you can just chat with just emojis. And here we send some cat smiling emojis, and we are off the network still. Now we kill the application, and then we go to the networks panel, and we come out of airplane mode. Now we're connecting to the network, and we have seen the application is dead, but still the cat emojis arrived. That is because of background sync, and you get total control on what needs to be cached and delivered. And we do see that even though application is not in the foreground, the background sync can work and still send the messages that have been cached, and you get the control over it. But it gets even more interesting with periodic sync. So what happens with periodic sync is, if you have a use case where you have to run kind of a sync on a particular interval, then you could use a periodic background sync. So what really happens is, here's an example. Say a use case where you want to change the wallpaper of your application, or the web app, or whatever is installed on your device in an interval of time. And this application keeps changing the wallpaper for an interval here, in this case, set for a day. So what basically happens is, for every day, whatever the event that gets triggered is image of the day sync. So whenever the periodic sync gets triggered for this interval, you get a control on, hey, I need to now go and fetch an image and render it on the screen. It's time for me to do certain action. So you can kind of set a minimal interval on when the periodic sync should repeat itself, and in this case it would repeat on every day. And you could use this for different use cases based on your application's need. And you'd have probably experienced this in a lot of native apps, that you want to download a few of your videos to your from the application and save it to your device. So something like this is possible with Web today too, and that feature is called as background fetch. So what basically happens in background fetch is, as the name says, the fetch happens in the background, and you could still keep interacting with the application, and the download happens, the fetch happens in the background. And here's a quick example again on the service worker. You can say background fetch.fetch, and you could say what are the files that you need to fetch. And you could also say, hey, this is the title, and this is the icon, and this is the download size. based on which you can also show the progress on how much of it is left for you to download, and you can give actions for the user to download, which is a really good use case, especially if you have flaky networks and you want to save some content for later view, which is very much possible today with background fetch. And basically, once the background fetch is completed, the background fetch success event is triggered. And once the event is triggered, you could just open your cache and put all the records that is needed in the cache, and you can just use the broadcast channel API to message to the parent window saying, hey, the fetch is successful. Now, using that, you could send a notification saying, hey, we have downloaded your content and it is good to watch offline. And also, if it fails, you get a background fetch fail event that gets triggered, and you could still appropriately inform the user saying that the background fetch failed. And this might happen that when they're hitting the download network, download the content, the network might go off the hook, and that's when something like a fail would occur. And it's the responsibility for the app developer to inform the user that, hey, the background fetch failed, and you might probably want to retry. And sometimes the server might fail to respond, and that's when you also might get a background fetch fail event. And most of the native apps, you would have seen the feature of sharing the content across applications, right? Now, with web, we do have a system level target picker, which can be installed as a PWA as an option. Now, in this case, when you hit on the share button, you can go and do you will be presented with a shared target. So if your progressive web app should receive shared targets, you could configure that so people can share it via your web application. And to do that, all that you have to do basically is have a shared target in your manifest, web manifest, and then you need an action, that's the share HTML, which kind of can receive the file that's been shared. And here's an example of share HTML where you say onload. You just look at the URL in the window and get the name, description, and the URL in this case. And once the this share page is loaded, you can get information of the shared target, and you could do what is required with that target. Like for an example, if you want to share a piece of URL on Twitter and you have a Twitter progressive web app installed, you could do it on that. And here's the example where this share target test was an progressive web app that was installed on the device. So in around 2017, I had this idea of having app shortcut actions. So I created an issue. So by app shortcut actions, I meant if you're on your native application, say for example, maps in this case, and you do a long press on it, you'd see two options that appear, like the location that you have saved as work and home. And the idea was, wouldn't it be cool to have such a feature in progressive web app where you can provide app shortcuts? And when I created this issue, there was other gentleman who also had a proposal on similar lines. And today it's live on the bleeding edge browsers. And this is how you could create app shortcuts. In your manifest JSON, you just have shortcuts, and then you give the name and descriptions for it. And you can have multiple shortcuts. In this case, it's play later and subscribe. And you can give icons and the URL paths, what should happen when they click on those app shortcuts. And here's an example on Twitter progressive web app with app shortcuts. When you do a long press on it, you would be seeing direct messages, notifications, explore, and new tweet. And when you click on that, it takes you to the appropriate URL in the progressive web app, and it behaves seamlessly. So I presume you would have faced a few of the applications where it is expecting you to enter an OTP as an authentication mechanism. OTP is more like a one-time password where you enter your mobile number and you hit verify, and the server would send you an unique identifier. And once you enter that identifier, you've been verified that, hey, you're the owner of that mobile number, right? And here's an example of that, which we can do today with web. When in this use case, the SMS has been sent to that particular number and the OTP arrives. As the OTP arrives, you do see that the browser is asking for permission to read the code. And only after you allow, it goes ahead and reads the OTP for you, and it just authenticates. So there is no hassle of you reading your SMS and then entering this unique code to verify yourself. And this is possible today with the web OTP. So all you can do with is you can use your Navigator credentials API and get the transport mode as SMS, and you would be getting the content after the user provides the permission. And you can quickly check if the SMS functionality is available on that particular browser or not with just saying navigator.sms is there or not. And then you could say navigator.sms.receive to get the contents that you received, and then you can parse the content and do the required thing. Here is another cool feature. So most of you would be going through your contacts for few many use cases. Maybe you are creating a group, or you want to send a message to a set of contacts you have. So today it's possible for you to pick those contacts from the contact picker API. And here's the quick demo where it says like select the contacts, and you could select a few contacts, and it goes ahead and gives you the information of those contacts. In this case, we are fetching the email number and the phone number for the contact, and you see the name, email, telephone, and the raw data would be more like JSON. And this you can parse, and you could also say what you need to pick from the contact picker. In this case, we are picking the name, telephone number, and all the information that is available, and you get an array of JSON with whatever multiple selections that the user made. And later on, you could do flow. Suppose you want to send a group email or a message and things like that. So this is how it basically works. It takes props or the set of things that you want to pick up from the contact picker. In this case, we are interested in name, email, telephone address, and their icon if they have saved anything particularly for that user. And in options, we can say multiple true or multiple false. That means that the user can select multiple contacts, or it might be false based on use case to just select one of them. And then you use the Navigator contacts API and you say select props and ops, and that's all. And you have all the contact metadata that's been selected. Just with few lines of code, you can achieve contact picking today on web. The other cool feature is access to the file system from the browser. This is really at times when you have to save large content to the disk, may it be for further viewing, or may it be for providing access to the file system where you can store the contact. In this example, we are trying to save a text, and you would see an action with a file plus saying that this application has access to your file system. And once the permission is provided, you can save all of that to your hard disk or the device's storage. And this is also a winning feature, especially if you have programs, say you have a text editor or a IDE in your browser where you're coding a particular use case, and you need to save that. And now you could save it to your internal storage directly, rather than relying on the browser's cache or local storage, and which is really a cool feature. And this can be done simply using these two, like use the choose file system entries API on window, which would go ahead and list all the files. So as you can see, now you have access to the file system, not only to write, but also to read content. Say you're processing some huge text that's on the user disk, and you can read that content and process it and put it back to the disk. And in this case, you do choose file system, which gives you a file handler on which you could do a get file, and whatever file that the user selects is the file that gets selected. And you could do a .text, for example, and you get the contents, and you could operate on the contents to read the file. And to write the file, you use the similar handler, and with the file handle, you create a writable, and you could do a writable.write on the contents. The other interesting feature is get installed related apps. This feature would help you to give related applications for this particular progressive web app if your manifest specifies that. By related applications, I mean in your manifest, if you say related application is this on platform is pay and my ID is this. Now, if you have a progressive web app and also you have a native web app, now you could say, hey, for this progressive web app, my related native web application is this, and you could pass on the control or show a message saying that this is the related native application that's available, but this is the progressive web app which you are using, and based on your use case. But this kind of gives you an easy API which can help you to get the related applications for this progressive web app. The other interesting feature we have is screen wake lock. So what basically screen wake lock does is it gives you the ability to keep the screen awake and not really lock it when it's idle. This is a beautiful use case, especially if you're designing games on your progressive web apps or web applications. So how you basically look for is you look for the wake lock API on window and request in window.wakelock. After that, you request the wake lock, and what basically it does is you do a window.wakelock.request on screen, and you pass in a signal which is more like an abort control signal, so that you get the ability to abort when the user doesn't respond, or you get total control on what happened on and if there was an abort error. And then you could once the lock is acquired, you can go ahead and say, hey, the two things that I need to do is activate my screen lock or reacquire a screen lock when wake lock on visibility changes. And now you go on full screen for your game, and then you get control on whether there was an error and what you need to do, and whether there was a success on going to full screen and you got the wake lock access, and you could keep the screen locked, and the wake lock is active, and you could after a time you could unlock it. So you have total control on locking the screen, and it's more like caffeinating your screen. So the same example is as a snapshot here, where this is an async function, and you would say await on request wake lock, of course within an async function till we have the top level await in all the browsers implemented. And then you say navigator.wakelock.request on screen, and you basically get an event listener on release. This is when the screen lock was released, and if the screen lock isn't released, the screen lock is active, and if there is an error that occurred while doing a wake lock request on screen, it goes to the catch block, and you could take care on showing that error. And in this case, we release the screen lock after 5 seconds, and this piece of code is all you need to keep the screen lock up. So we have, if you have worked with WebSockets, you would have seen this challenge of back pressure that basically happens when you're trying to read some content from a WebSocket, and you get data in chunks, and while you're reading, you're like, you have to make sure that what you have read and what you're receiving is in sync, and it becomes kind of a messy situation. And here's a quick demo on how the WebSocket stream basically works. And while it wakes up, I will just quickly run through the use case that we have, and you could quickly check whether your browser supports WebSocket streaming or not by checking WebSocket streaming in window. So basically, this API provides you the privilege to stream on WebSockets, thereby circumventing the problem of having back pressures on reading and writing. So in this case, you go ahead and check if the WebSocket stream is there in window, and then you go ahead and create a reader WebSocket stream and a writer WebSocket stream, and now you could you have control on handling the streaming while through. You just go ahead and keep reading on the reader, and you keep getting the value and undone once the read is complete. And here's the use case. The first use case is the back pressure is applied for both read and write operations. This basically is going through Wikipedia recent changes, and it is trying to display it on the screen. In this case, there's back pressure, and on WebSocket stream, we see there is some kind of a latency. So if you see without the back pressure being applied, we see this toggle that's happening, right? And you see how smooth it is without with the WebSocket stream. And without the stream, you have to always keep catching up with what the socket is sending and what you are reading and writing. So that's how cool it gets with WebSocket streaming. So most of the cases where I discuss with folks on asking, hey, what is that you do on native that you can't do on web today? People tend to say, hey, I kind of use NFC with my native app, and we are completely free to do the same with web applications too. Here's a demo what we had from one of the Chrome Dev Summits, where each of those cards had NFC readers, and you could see on the device when you just take your NFC enabled device and tap it over that card, the color is being displayed on the device. So it knows for this particular, the NFC tags normally can be written with information. And for example, you can put some text content, or you can put an URL that can be loaded by your browser. In this case, all of those cards had NFC tags which had been written with information of the color they had, and the device was able to read it, and based on that, we just applied the CSS to show what particular color it was. And you could do that with NDEF reader, and with this reader you can just scan over using your NFC reader, and you can also do the NDEF writer, where if you want to write to a particular NFC tag, you could do that. And as simple as this, you would be getting the information from the NFC tag. And indeed, you can handle the errors, or on reading, you could say the message has been read, and if the scan itself fail, you could still capture that and report the error. And similar thing while writing. And it doesn't really end there. We still have an interesting feature where you could connect to USB from web. Here's an example on Adafruit, that microcontroller that's being connected. And it lists out all the connected devices on USB. And in this case, we are sending hello as an example string to the USB device, and we see hello that's being appeared here. And this is all happening with the magic of web technology, where you can connect to your USB device and send and read data on web. And that's really a cool feature for web to have been evolved to such a state where it could interface with devices, maybe NFC or USB and Bluetooth and unlikes. And in this case, you could do as simple as navigator.usb.get devices, which would go ahead and list all the devices that is connected to your USB. And if you want to pick up a specific device, you can filter on vendor and product, and you could do a request on those filters. So you just get what is being requested, and now you have control on those devices for reading and sending information. So here's an example of Bluetooth pairing. In this case, it again goes ahead and lists out all the devices that's connected. In this case, it's just a device that's tracking your heart rate, and you can just connect to that device, or it basically lists all the devices that your device is connected via Bluetooth, and you could pair on any such device from web and interact with it. And that also is possible with a simple API, where you say navigator.bluetooth.request device with filter. And in this case, you're saying like, hey, I need to access a particular service on that device. I want to know what the battery level is of that device. And you could get the device name and get all the information, and then you could also try to connect to the GET server on that device. So that's a very neat API which is exposed on the navigator on navigator Bluetooth request device. And context indexing is another interesting API where you can index your content that's been downloaded, and don't consider this more like a search index, but rather an index which helps you to organize all the files and contents that you have downloaded in say if you're more like an offline heavy user as an experience, and you have downloaded multiple multimedia files, and this helps you to index those contexts, and this is how you probably do it. And for each of that you create an unique ID for your application, in this case say article 123, and you give the URL, then the launch URLs and the title required, the description, the icons, and you could also say what type of category it is, like an article, the video, or an audio, and it helps you to index, and the user can seamlessly filter them out and look into them and take actions. And the other cool feature that we can do with Web today is read the barcode from the QR code, basically from the device's camera. In this case, we are going and scanning a barcode. It, as you notice, it detected a QR code, and it is now detecting a barcode, and it gives you the raw values for that. And the use cases can be multiple. As we all know, how few countries have used QR code in mainstream, and barcode has been there for ages. And with Web today, we could read the barcode or the QR code information and get the value related to it. In this case, the raw values, just a plain text or whatever is encoded within the raw value gets displayed. And this also can be done with just a couple of lines of code, where you say barcode detector is new barcode detector, and barcode detector.detect, you pass in the image, and you can go ahead and read the barcodes and get the raw value. And of course, you can access the image using the WebRTC APIs, where after the user gives the permission to go ahead and read the camera device, you could go and take a picture and analyze it. And we also have face recognition technology. In this case, it went on the image and recognized the faces, where we have put the boundaries for the faces. And that is also done using the simple API of face detector. You could do a face detector detect on image, and you could go over all the endpoints, and you could mark the faces, or you'd get these are the detected faces, and you could do the required things on the face that is being detected. The other interesting API is the payment request API. This basically gives you the privilege for you to send and handle requests from your web application. So suppose you're having a flow where you're using your card, and the card information could be saved on the device, as well as you could use the payment request API to, as a merchant, suppose you have a website where you're handling payments as a merchant, you can use the payment request API, where it pops up the request saying that, hey user, I want to use this card, and is this your shipping address, and all of it is saved within the browser in the context, so the user need not enter it multiple times, and the card and the information that has been saved is passed on. So thereby you're avoiding friction of the user to inputting all the details, and also the cart abandonment kind of reduces with payment request and payment handler. And the other cool CSS feature I wanted to quickly bring up is where you could toggle between dark and light themes, and you could just use the preferred color scheme, and you can enter the light mode or the dark mode with just a few lines of code. And this is an example of one of the podcasts I'm running on TC39ers, and do give it a listen when you're free. And basically, the web and P8 can get onto the Play Store today, and you could do it with similar things like PW22 APK or MyPWA, where you could go ahead and convert your progressive web app with an APK that can be uploaded to Play Store. And PWA Builder is also one such example on how you could package your progressive web app to something that can be hosted on Play Store. So if you go to Play Store and search for an application, your PWA will surface on the Play Store. So in 2018, I had kind of made predictions on what the web will be handling sooner. Like I listed out a few things, and we have most of it today, and we have few many other things that are appearing on and will appear on web. And Project Fugu is one such interesting project you could follow to get more updates on where the web is ending, where the web is heading. And is this end of the list? Not really. You could just go to Awesome PWA, where it's a project that I'm trying to maintain with a few of my friends, where we are listing some of the awesome PWAs out there in the web, which uses this awesome web capabilities. And you could, most of them are open, so you could go and read their source code and understand what's happening. And you can find more about me on h3month.com, and you can catch me on @gnumonth on Twitter. And I also run a couple of podcasts, and I'm also a part of TC39, where it's a more of a committee which decides the future features of JavaScript. And you can catch me on these links. And of course, thank you for organizing this, and hope you enjoyed the ride and you got to learn about some interesting APIs which you might have missed, and we could discuss more offline. Thank you so much for making it today.
Make this interesting. So thank you very much. If you would permit me, I think I would move this here, and then we can actually go into, let's move this here, and then I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. So this one, okay. Let me know if you can see my screen.
Sure, it's visible.
Okay, so just a check to be sure what you're seeing now. Are you seeing my workstation? As in my bench, is that what you're seeing now?
Yes, we see agenda.
Okay, you see agenda. Okay,
Yeah.
then I guess it's not the correct one. Hold on a sec. Let me just, this is what I wanted to share. Great. So let me know if you can see my screen. You should be seeing my workbench, correct?
Yes. Yep.
Awesome, cool. Yep. Yeah. Great. So with that said, I think we can proceed now. Now you should be seeing agenda.
Yes, you're seeing agenda.
Right. Awesome. Great. So we can get into the mix of things. Once again, sorry for the late joining of the session. Obviously, some technical challenges prevented us, but I'll try as much as possible to make the session worthwhile and interesting. So today we're talking about how to build serverless applications with Firebase. A couple of things in here: there's serverless, there's Firebase. These two things I'm trying to put together to show you how we can build solutions with it. So I can have it. How many minutes do I have? I just want to time myself and be sure that
You have 35 minutes. Then
okay.
The rest of the 10 minutes you can use for the questions and answers.
Okay, awesome. 35 minutes. 35 minutes. Okay. We'll try as much as possible to get everything done in that section. All right, let's roll. So my name has already been introduced. I'm Samuel Adrani. I'm a Microsoft MVP, also a Microsoft MCT, and an Oracle certified professional. Like introduced, I'm a senior software engineer at Andela. I also run a startup, which is Archaeologic Solutions. I'm a community lead for the Accra.net user group and then the Accra Power Platform user group. I'm an IoT, AI, and cloud enthusiast and solutions architect. So you would realize that in the demo, there's some IoT things going on in the demo. I ran 3 weekly streams on IoT, on Power Platform, and then on general technology in the cloud. And I also run a podcast. Today's agenda, what we're going to be talking about, first of all, the evolution of application platforms. We'll talk about what serverless applications are. We'll talk about what Google has to offer in terms of serverless. And then we'll look at cloud functions and Firebase. I'll talk about some best practices. I'll talk about, I'll make room for some Q&A. Depending on how the time goes, I can probably shoot the demo up before the Q&A. So let's hope that we make good time. And also, a disclaimer, ECG has been messing around with my power lately. So I'm just hoping they don't take it off, as I will not be able to, switch to a standby because I have a problem with that. So let's be praying that the girlfriends of those ECG people in my area here do not do anything to upset them. So let's just get right into it. So let's start with the evolution of application platforms. Now, if you have been developing for some time now, years back, but traditionally, everything you developed had to be hosted on-premise. Now, with that, what that meant was that once you're not only worrying about the application you're supposed to develop, you also have questions like, what media should I use for backup? What is the right size of server for the business need? How do I deploy the code I have written? What happens if the server fails? Who is monitoring the app? Which packages should I install on the server? Who has a physical access to the server? Now, there were a lot of questions, all these things, in addition to worrying about building the software or the application. All right, this was on-prem, where we had our own servers in our facilities, and then we're hosting these things. We had all these things to think about. So you had less time to worry about how to build your application in a solid way, versus thinking about, well, I've built the application and all these infrastructure questions. Okay, then we were grateful. Then the whole talk about cloud things came about. Then there was evolution to what they call the infrastructure as a service. Right now, what that did for us was it actually reduced. All right, infrastructure as a service actually now reduced some of the questions we needed to ask. Now, from the many questions, we were left with questions like, now, what is the right size of server for my business? How can I increase the server utilization? How many servers do I need? How can I scale my app to, like, how often should I patch this? So now we had a smaller subset of questions to deal with, in addition to building the solution. Okay. Then we migrated to what? Platform as a service. All right, and as you can see, our questions kept dwindling, reducing. So now, in addition to worrying about building the application itself, I was left with questions only like, what's the right size? How can I increase? How many servers do I need? How can I scale the app? All right. So as you realize, as application development evolved, there were a lot of changes that were being made. There were a lot of things that were coming, reducing our essence or our need to worry mostly about infrastructure and then concentrate on the business or the application and the data itself. Then we move to, the next generation, which we call it serverless. And with serverless, the only question you need to be asking yourself now is, how do I architect my application? And that's it, because serverless comes with a paradigm shift. Serverless actually, provokes way you need to build or design your solutions. And we're going to be taking a look at some of these things. So then the question is, what is serverless? Right now, how do we answer that? Now, simply put, serverless, in my own definition, is basically the abstraction of servers. All right, abstraction of servers, infrastructure, and configuration of operating system. Is that okay? So it's the abstraction of servers. So there are servers behind. So don't get it twisted that when they say, oh, serverless doesn't mean there are servers, but they are abstracted from you. Infrastructure is also abstracted. Configuration of the operating system is also abstracted. So you don't necessarily need to worry about what's the capacity. No. The most important thing is the application you are building, how you want it to scale, and the rest is handled by the platform. So you have less worry on those questions on servers, infrastructure, configuration, and all that. and now you're concentrating solely on building that world-class solution, that next $1 million solution. All right. Now, then, what would you say some of the features or characteristics of serverless is? Now, first of all, let's handle what we call the abstraction of service. Okay. Now, abstraction of service, this is when your serverless computers, now you know that it's fully managed, right? It's a fully managed service. So you don't have to worry about the infrastructure, upgrade patches, everything is handled for. It's something of the past. Now, some people call this whole thing, function as a service or backend as a service, because everything else is, abstracted from you. Now, it can also serve, in terms of the OS part of it is also handled, all right? So there's zero administration. You don't need to worry about any of those. Now, the second characteristic is event-driven scale. Now, serverless compute reacts to event, all right? That's one thing you need to understand. Serverless computing is a framework that allows you to react to events happening. So it can scale exponentially, and then, double down as needed. And it can actually, scale and response in near real time, all depending on maybe certain configurations you pick, right? Now, it can be triggered virtually by anything. Now, serverless, applications or functions can be triggered by an HTTP call, a drop in a database, a tweet, anything, virtually anything can be triggered, by a serverless function. Now, it is also what we call sub-second or micro billing. Now, what does this mean? So sub-second or micro billing is what we call pay as you use, okay? So you're only paying for the time your code is running. So assuming you have one serverless function, okay, that only checks the weather, okay? The only thing you do, the only amount you're going to pay in that scenario is the time it took for that function to run, and that's it. You don't pay anything more, you don't pay anything less. So it's another cost-effective way to get your solutions and applications out, or what we call your backends out, without having to worry about infrastructure. All right. Now think about it this way. Now, traditionally, after you finish your deployment, your application development, you need to worry about which server am I going to put it on. Is it IIS? Is it Apache? Is it what? Is it Nginx? You need to be worrying about all these things. All right. But in this case, your worry right now is how best do I build the application, or how best do I build my solution, all right, to fit in that, in that serverless option that I want to use. So these are the three things: abstraction of servers, event-driven scale, and what micro or sub-second or billing. Now, then let's take a look at, so if following the previous characteristics, define what serverless is, then what are some of the benefits of it? Now, quite interesting. Obviously, there's micro pricing. Because if I'm only billed for the time that my function is running, then it means I get a benefit of not paying, I don't pay myself, my service is not running. All right. So if the service has not been called, I don't get any bill. That's simple. All right. Now, then the second one is ease of scale. Because here it's easily scalable. I can easily, move from a million calls to, let's say, a gazillion calls, because it's easy for that work to scale. And then obviously it's all abstracted for me, so I am managing technically less. I'm not worrying about any management or anything. Pretty much everything is handled, okay, for me. Now, there was a research by Forbes, that says that 30% of all servers are sitting comatose. Now, what does that mean? It means that 90% of the computing, okay, the computing output our servers have, no matter how sophisticated the server is wasted. 90% of that is wasted. And that typically also means that servers are utilizing between 5 to 15% of the capacity of the systems. That's it. So what's the point? You're going to spin off certain servers, 90% of it is going to be waste, because you're using between 5 to 15% of it. What happens to the capacity of the rest? So something to think about. All right. Now, let's take a look at what Google has to offer. Okay, what Google has to offer in terms of serverless offerings on the cloud, right? So Google Cloud Service, okay, has a lot of serverless offerings, right? It's actually a serverless platform that allows you to write code without really worrying about underlying infrastructure. We've agreed that that is what serverless is. All right. Now, Google has a lot of services that are serverless in nature. All right. And we can talk about in terms of databases, for data analytics, for messaging, for ML, AI, for your smart assistants, for DevOps, and for compute. But purposely for today's section, I am more concerned about the compute, where we have cloud functions, the App Engine, and the Cloud Run. Right now, cloud functions, they just basically allow you to run your code, your logic, basically at any scale or at any time when an event happens. All right. Now, App Engine is for hosting apps like your Node application, your Node apps, your Python apps, and all that. All right. Now, those are not the focus of today's session. We're going to be primarily talking about the cloud functions, okay? Because those are the serverless offerings we want to use together with Firebase. So with that said, we would also want to find out then what are the cloud functions for Firebase. Now, I don't know. I mean, most of you are Google enthusiasts, so pretty much you heard about Firebase, all right? So it shouldn't be that new to you, okay? So the cloud functions of Firebase technically is a serverless framework, right? Again, serverless framework that lets you automatically run backend code in response to events triggered by Firebase features and then HTTPS requests. So either features within Firebase. Now, if Firebase has a lot of features, from authentication to messaging to storage. I mean, a whole lot of services. So the cloud functions for Firebase would automatically run or respond to events from these services in addition to external HTTP or external calls. All right. Now, a couple of things to note. Now the Firebase, couple of things you need to know about is that Firebase itself has evolved. It started from being like a real-time database that aided chat or real-time application development, and has evolved into this complete framework or platform, okay, that allows you to build solutions at crazy scale. All right. So now, before we get into anything with demos and all that, there is a couple of things I want you to take note of, all right, which is some best practices to take into consideration, all right, before even delving into building Firebase or cloud functions Firebase. All right, let's take a look at them. Now, this is it. Now, first of all, ensure that your serverless functions are doing just one thing. All right, one thing. And if you're a software developer, you're familiar with the solid principles, you can say this is synonymous with a single responsibility. All right, let your functions do one thing. These are just a strong 4 basic things to understand. Now, make sure that your functions, well, depending on the application you're writing, but they should be stateless. Now, so I will say, why stateless? Now, you can associate the required state information with your data. For example, if it's an order being processed, you can always pass the associate order ID and all that as part of the request. Reason being that if you're building microservices architectural solutions with functions, which is something that has been done, it makes sense to ensure that your application state data is not residing on just one service or one function, making it difficult to handle. So therefore, design your functions to be stateless. All right, very, very stateless. The third thing, your functions should be idempotent. Now, what does it mean? It's a big word. Well, basically, all that it means is that if your function, no matter how many times or the circumstance or whatever it is that leads to your function being called, the output should always be the same. It means that if your function is called once, the output should be the same as the function is called 1,000,000 times. All right, that output should be the same. This has been used in solving a lot of problems, and even actually prevented double transactions and all that. Now, your function should also finish quickly. Your function should finish quickly. All right. Now, what do we mean by your function should finish quickly? Now, ensure that your function is running within a stipulated short time. Anything beyond that time should be seen as a background process and should be deployed as such. All right. Now, the thing is that avoid long-running functions. This is one of the reasons for number 4. Now, long-running functions can cause unexpected timeout, and when these timeouts happen, your application could have challenges. Now, a function can become large due to like many dependencies you add to it, right? You can add like no dependencies to your functions, but be mindful of that. Now, dependencies that are loaded both externally and internally or explicitly should be kept. You also want to make sure that you're keeping your functions, succinct, very small. So if let's say you're running an e-commerce system, your function, you could have functions that deal with, this one that deal with managing the cart, a function that deal with payment, a function that deals with, getting the catalog or getting the product details. Single responsibilities, making it easy for you to define, manage, and run the functions, right? Now, you realize that in doing all these things, there's going to be a paradigm shift. There's going to be a paradigm shift in how, you develop or you architect a solution. And that is what I also want to talk about, right? To adapt to serverless architecture, you need to have a paradigm shift. You need to rethink the way you do things. You need to be challenged. You need to, decide to change. Now, how do we go about this? So let's take a look at this. Now, think of it this way. Now, we're going to use the instead of approach, all right? So instead of doing something, have the paradigm shift mind. So let's think about this. Instead of pooling or polling, think triggers. If you've been doing development for a very long time, in the past, the only way to check if something has happened, an example is, let's say you are, for instance, let's use mobile money, all right? If you've done any mobile money wallet implementation, you would know that if a payment request comes, you don't get the response immediately. If you send a request for payment to someone, you don't get the response immediately, all right? But what happens is that the user would have to authorize that payment, the user would have to authorize the payment. Now, when the user authorizes the payment, at that point, now, because the user could have seen it later in the day, your application shouldn't be waiting for that response, all right? Your application also shouldn't be polling to say that every 5 minutes, check if the person has authenticated, or every 10 minutes, send a query, check, has the status changed? No. Instead of this, think of what we call triggers. So a cool thing would be provide an HTTP endpoint, all right, which the Momo platform or your service provider to call, something like a webhook or a callback, to call when that service is done. And when that endpoint is called, remember, functions can be called or triggered by HTTP request, right? When that endpoint is called with data, you know that something has changed, go and respond to it. Very simple. It avoids the expensive server and memory times in polling and doing all that. All right, very simple. Then the second part is, instead of thinking SDKs, think of what we call bindings, extensions, and connectors, which are native to functions or cloud functions. Now, what do I mean? If you have done any extensive integration before, for instance, if you were building, let's say, an application that was supposed to, let's say, send SMS, or store messages in some particular database, you first of all needed to download the SDK for that provider. So let's say we're using something like Haptel, right? You need to download the SDK for the language you're building in. So if you're building in Node.js or C# or Java, you need to download that SDK. Make sure you have your secrets, your keys, and everything well set up. And then you have to manually go in there and write configurations to initialize that, that SDK, and then pass queries and do things to get the response you want, all right? Instead of thinking about that whole approach, what you want to think about is rather think of what we call bindings. Now, cloud functions have bindings which automatically connects them to existing services. So you could use, some messaging service that is already integrated by just including the bind and calling it natively extensions and connectors. All right. Now, number 3, instead of thinking of routes in your app, if you build APIs or endpoints, you know that a series of routes. Let's say API/user, API/user/ the ID, or post or get. These are just individual routes. Now, instead of thinking about app routes that way, think of them as what we call single function. So you have a single function that handles each of your supposed route. In that case, it takes us to number 4, which avoids you running a large functional test. Because if you break your apps or your routes into single functions or cloud functions that run them, all you're doing now is you are only testing those micro units. Right? You're only testing those micro units. Okay? And to do that, you need to have, again, that paradigm shift. Think about, instead of building and deploying a huge application, okay, that has all the components in like a huge server backend, think of building a collection of cloud functions, okay, in that sense, what we call what? Microservices, all right? Now, a wise man once said, do not throw hardware at software problems, okay? Do not throw hardware at software problems. Now, think about this for a minute. What do you think this, denotes to? Now, most times we are throwing a lot of hardware, increase the memory, increase the, storage, increase that. When we can actually sit back, have that paradigm shift, re-architect or design the solutions, okay, and then build in such a way that it is leveraging the existing hardware and not necessarily needing an upgrade, okay, or not needing to throw hardware, because you are being smart about how you're utilizing it, and then you don't need to top up and waste that hardware, right? That is something that you need to be thinking about now. So this whole thing encourages us to have that paradigm shift, to be able, okay, to run that. Now, before I get into, I'm moving the demo to answering your questions, and I can start jumping to the demo. When I start to do the demos, the question can come. Now, before we can start using Firebase and the cloud functions for it, you need to make sure you have a Google account, which I'm sure almost all of you have. You also need to make sure you have the utility, the Firebase local runtime that allows you to test your Firebase locally before pushing it into Google Cloud. You need to have that. So I would assume you all have that, but then if you have time, I will probably go through it, how to do that. I think we've done 25. We have probably like 10 or 15 minutes. So before we get into it, if there's any question at this point, I would want to take it before I give the scenario for our demo. Shadrach and Albert, do you have any before I delve into that?
Currently, no question in our Q&A, so you can proceed.
Okay, awesome. So, demo. Now, what are we going to do? Let me quickly switch to my bench and explain what's going to happen. So, we've talked about the fact that Firebase and Cloud Functions can respond to triggers and anything. Now, in this demo, what I want to do is that I have an endpoint, all right, that allows me to control these IoT devices. There's a relay here, there is a siren light here, there's a Raspberry Pi here running some code and all that, all right? Now, it has APIs that I can use to actually trigger this, to command these things to come on and off, all right? Now, I want to build a simple application that is able to call this endpoint or these APIs that control this, all right? Now, to show that the API exists, before we jump into it, I'm going to use first Postman to call those API to just let you know, to see how this is running, okay? And then we'll now come back to use our Firebase Cloud Functions to build an application that allows us to control the lights, the fan, and other things if we want to, all right? Does that sound like a plan? Awesome, all right? So I'm going to, at this point, end the session. End the sharing to remind me. And then we're just going to go into, let me open my Visual Studio Code. So let's bring here. And the way it is, if there's any questions, you can interrupt me and then bring the question up. I would be glad to answer them. Let's do this. Okay. So it seems I need to restart. Let's do this quickly. So hope all of you are enjoying your GDG day and learning a lot of stuff, asking questions, because that is the best thing you can give yourself, asking questions and learning from people that have devoted their time, to share these things. I find it, I won't say sad, but I find it some way that a lot of these opportunities given to people are not being harnessed or, assessed. So take advantage of it. Awesome. I see a lot of big men in the session. I see Mr. Oliver. I see quite a number of people. That's interesting. That's a good turnout. Awesome. All right. Okay, so let's get into this. So first of all, let me split the screen so I can explain. So I'm going to connect my Visual Studio Code to the Raspberry Pi that is running the application, and I can deploy the solution running on it. And then when that happens, I'll not go use Postman to trigger it, so that you can see that the endpoint exists. And we, instead of using just Postman to trigger it, we now want to use, a Firebase application, build a Firebase application that allows us, to control it and deploy it as, a serverless app. Okay, so let's focus on the screen first. So go here, go to connect to a host. And I think that's on port. Let's see, behind me. So yeah, that's connected to 100.8. Yeah, we are right. That's going to open an SSH. Let me enter my super sensitive password. We are connecting. So I can close the one in the background and maximize this so you can see it. I'm suspecting there is something that okay, I changed the IP addresses last night, so I'm sure that's one of the reasons why it's still trying to, rack its sensors to deploy that. Yeah, we connected. So let's open the application. So we have dev node app. Yep, let's open this. Again, I need to authenticate to be sure I am the one. Awesome. So if you are a Node developer, you realize that this is a very basic Node application. All right, it's a very basic Node application. Now, Google also has IoT services. So I could be using IoT services, and they are also serverless. So I could be using IoT services and pushing the data from here to Google Cloud. Now let me explain what's happening with the setup before we go to run this. So over here, let me bring this here. So over here, we have a DHT11 temperature and humidity sensor. So this is actually, collecting temperature and humidity data in my room right now. And this is sending that off to the Raspberry Pi. That is sent to some cloud destination for processing. And then we have here, now, caution, risk of electric shock. This is actually running 240 volts, so be careful. Don't mess around with it if you're not comfortable with it. But this is not a smart fan. It's a very dumb fan. Now, to turn it on and off, we're using this relay. Now, depending on the temperature conditions and the command I can send from this application we want to build now, I can tell the Raspberry Pi to turn this fan on and off. There's actually another LED here. The same thing, I can also instruct this Raspberry Pi to turn this light on and off. But the idea is that if the temperature becomes too high, or the gas sensor here picks up certain thing that is not ideal or conducive for the room's environment monitoring, this light will also be triggered on. But in today's demo, we just want to see how to use Firebase, Google Cloud Functions for Firebase to build an application that will allow us to get this to read the data from these sensors and then also to control these things. Hopefully, we have enough time to do this. So let me quickly show you. Let's go back here. Let's split this. Actually, let me show you how the code runs. So I'm going to quickly run the code here. Let's go to So node, I think I did this, so I can do npm start now. Okay, when this runs, now you realize that you see here it's sending the temperature data, as you can see. Detected the temperature change 22. There's no change in it, it's not sending it. So this is just my own methodology I'm using to ensure that I'm not sending overloading the temperature, the overloading the cloud platform. So now if I'm gonna put this in a split screen. So once this is running, let's go open Postman. Now, the endpoint already exists. I have done the background work that, if you call that endpoint, remember that endpoint is HTTPS, and Cloud Functions can respond to HTTPS requests. All right. So that's what we want to build. So let's do this. So let's save this. Well, first of all, let's just close the whole of this. And let's go to, where is that? Let's see. Okay. So, yeah.
I think your screen is too small for them to see. The code.
Okay. The code page. Okay, so let me do this. Let me see if I can. Okay, you know what? I wanted to show the code running. Okay, and then so they can see both. So, okay, let me do this. Let me. Can you see it big enough now? Can you see it now?
Sure, awesome.
Okay, cool. So let's go to the body. So I'm sending this command, all right, a state of on to this endpoint. So these are the endpoints we'll be using in our Google Cloud Functions to trigger if they get any responses from this endpoint. All right. So this, I'm just going to send this. I'm going to send this command, and this should affect something here on my, how do you call it, on my workbench. So now ignore that. So you see the code that is running. So let's do this. We do this, and it's warming up. Okay, there we go. Oh, what's happening? We have a file for interesting. Oh, my bad. I needed to add this, and let's send this and check that. Okay, it says what? It's changed. Oh, you know what? I didn't turn it on. So give me a minute. Let me actually buy it. I told you it's high voltage, so I'm being safe. Okay, there you go. All right, now don't think that it's because I plugged it. That is why it was behaving like that. So I'm going to turn it off again from here by just running this code. And now you see that it's turned it off. Just because I ran that, I'm going to turn it on again from here. And then you can see that it's on again. All right, just because I sent that command to the endpoint. Now let's turn it off. Now let's do the same thing for the fun. So there's another endpoint for that. I just call the fun, and then again, let me show you that fun code. So that's the endpoint for fun here. Again, the state, almost the same, something similar. So if I pass on, let's go to the split so you can see the code taking effect. I send this, and now you see that the fun is running. Okay, so we agree that the endpoints are working, they exist. Now the next thing now is, well, I don't have to be coming into Postman and then be on and off here in Postman, right? So we want to build an application. So let's go ahead and turn this off, and let's come back to the screen. Is this, so now I can, well, let me just copy this first. Keep it somewhere and close Postman. Now, is it making sense? I want to be sure you're understanding the concept before, I proceed. Does that make sense? Any questions? It would be useful, to how do you call it? To get some feedback as to whether, it's working fine. Do we get the concept?
I think they do, because no one has asked any question yet.
Okay, awesome. Well, let's just go for it. All right, so are you seeing my screen now? So I'm going to go ahead and actually, I'm going to stop. Oh, let's do this. I'm going to stop the code, and then let's go here, and then let's close the remote connection for now, because we're going to use, now I'm disconnected from the Raspberry Pi, so I'm not going to do local development to build, and then we can now deploy and test that. Okay, so these are the steps we need to do in order to, we need to, first of all, we need to create a Firebase project. All right, then we need to set up our node environment for Firebase using the Firebase CLI, and then we can go ahead and initialize our project and then build, import the necessary things, and then build. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. Let me bring here, let's go here, let's go to the Firebase console. Oh no, let me do this. Let me put this somewhere. How are we doing on time, guys? I'm quite mindful of that.
Yeah, you are now going to build it, right?
I wanted to give you the experience of how to go through it. You know me, I don't like big, big stuff. But how many minutes do we have?
In 10 minutes. Can you finish that in 10 minutes?
10 minutes. Oh, we have only, wow, we actually have less than 10 minutes. Okay. Well, this I'll start this any which ways, but this is what I can do. Wherever we get to and the time is up, I will just, we can end the session, but I'll record it and I'll make it available to you for you to share on the platform, if that works for you.
All right, awesome.
All right, awesome.
You just continue.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, so Albert, you can take time of it, 10 minutes.
Yep, thank you.
So we can call this, let's call this our, let's say this is our IoT demo. All right, it's giving us a name. Yeah, we can enable our next door. Just go through the regular stuff. I'll put it in my account, and then go ahead and quit the project. Now, whilst we're waiting for that, to happen, and at this point, I would welcome any question. I mean, if you have the questions, this would be like a good time to ask, so we interact with it. So you can learn how to do this. So, okay, so our project is ready. All right, awesome. So let's go ahead and run this. Now, the next thing I want to do, so now that my application is ready, all right, it's ready here, and I can start building. Now, what I want to do now, as you can see, I can add other cloud services, but at this point, this is just all we need for now. Okay, so we have the application running. That's all we need. Now, the next thing we need to do now is to go ahead and set up our node environment. Now, I already have node running, so if I came here and I did a node version, you can see I have a node version 12 installed. So node and everything is done. Now, however, if you're running on a development machine, I would advise or encourage you to install using what we call the node version manager. All right, it allows you to install multiple node versions. okay, to test your various applications you're building. Now, with that, yep.
So Alfred is asking, how are you going to connect the circuit to the Firebase app?
How am I going to connect the circuit, as in the rig to the Firebase app?
Yes, your workbench.
So my web.
Can you finish so that the question and answers you can just take them? Is that fine?
I don't mind. I think that
okay.
considering the fact that we will definitely run out of time before we finish this, and it's going to be a video on how to do it, I would rather answer the questions and then just continue to do the demo. I mean, obviously we can't do like the whole demo right now, considering the time we have. So I'm going to record a demo. So it'll be, let me just answer the question whilst I do that. All right, so that it gives them some closure. So Alfred, the circuit or the bench is already wired, connected to the cloud. All right, we can, Shada can schedule another, whatever, maybe beyond GDG, maybe a session or something to show how you can connect it. But what's happening is that the Raspberry Pi is connected to my home Wi-Fi through a firewall that allows it to connect to the cloud. It's actually sending data now to the cloud and also responding to commands from the cloud. So it's already set up to receive command from a specific endpoint, and that's the endpoint I used in Postman. It is this set of endpoints that we are going to use in the Firebase application to build an app that allows us to control the setup on the bench. So the setup on the bench is already done, ready, and listening to commands from the cloud. I hope that answers your question, Alfred.
Paul is also asking another.
Okay, if you can read that to me.
Saying, how do you compare using Firebase with IoT to using Google Cloud's IoT service?
Well, the truth is that you'd have a choice of which cloud platforms to host to send data on. Now, but it all depends on the workload and the process you're doing. Right now, not all cloud providers have certain services, okay, specific to IoT. But yes, Google has some good IoT services. Microsoft has some good ones. The three competitors have some good ones. So there's going to be a matter of preference. Now, as of now, this one is hosted on a different cloud because this service is already running. I didn't want to go because the topic was not on how to set it up. So I wasn't worried about doing that. So it depends on your project and what you're doing. That will determine which cloud you want to put it on. But then I'd advise use what you're familiar with or use what makes you feel confident. All right. Now, once you have Node installed, the next thing you need to do is install the Firebase CLI. Now, one thing to note is that the Node version supported, you have to have at least from, I think, 8 to 12 to be able to support the Firebase CLI. Now, the Firebase CLI has gone through some updates, so just be mindful. So to do that, let's do npm install. Now, you can decide to install the Firebase CLI within your project or install it globally to use on your application. So let's just go and npm install. So I'm doing globally so that I can spin up any project as I want. So Firebase/tools. Okay, so this should globally install Firebase for us. And whilst we wait for that happening, if there's any, how do you call it, questions, you can ask me. So we can at least satisfy some curious minds. Now, what I would do after this is I would go ahead and now initiate my project, by running, logging in from Firebase locally so that Firebase is connected here, and then running Firebase init Firestore or init function, whatever I want to build. All right, but then I can provide. Now, one thing you need to know is that you can write your Firebase or Firebase functions or apps using JavaScript, TypeScript. I think Java is also supported. Python is also supported. So you can create it in all these languages. So yeah, let's wait for this. So let's clear this out here, and let's do this. Let's do Firebase login. So this should pop up some browser somewhere for the sake of securing it. It's going to pop up a browser for me to try to provide my login credentials, and that because it's detected the login. So now I'm already here. So now I can go ahead and use things like Firebase, Init Firestore, if I want to use the Firestore, or Firebase Init function. Okay, and this gives me option to install the dependencies with Node and install everything to start to create my project. How are we doing with time? Time.
Yeah, 3 minutes more to wrap up.
3 minutes more. Well,
Yep.
That's obviously insufficient for me. But then let's do this. Let me provide some resources that people can get started with. All right. And then, as promised to Shadrach, I would record the entire setting it up and then send the video to Shadrach, and then Shadrach can distribute. With that said, thank you very much for your time. If there's any other follow-up questions, I'm sorry because of trying to show you and explain things, we couldn't do the demo in depth, but you're going to get a video of it any which ways. So thank you for your time. Thank you for this opportunity. And then if there's any question regarding this and other stuff that are in my domain, I'd really be honored if you can reach out to Shadrach or any members of the team. And then I'll be, glad to help you. Let me actually, how do I put this? Okay, put it in the chat. So these are good resources that you can use to get started with Firebase. And then since someone mentioned the IoT, I guess I might as well just pop this up. Yep. Yeah. So I'll say thank you very much for the time. And hope you're enjoying the rest of GDG. Make the most out of it. Ask questions. Take the opportunity to learn as much as you can. And hey, improve the lives of yourselves and the people around you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Samuel Adrani, for your time. We are really, really grateful. I mean, knowing you and working with you for quite some time now has been awesome. You are doing very great for the community and the tech space in Ghana. We really appreciate you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you too for having me, and enjoy the rest of GDG.
Thank you.